Yo, what's up? But can you get the audio right? Yes, I can get the audio right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say really quickly before we get started, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Don't forget after this episode airs, we are going to have an after credit scene that is going to be really, really good. I'm really looking forward to this. So, because I said damn it, because as I was typing that, it hit 7 o'clock, so I didn't get to start right at 7 o'clock, but whatever. I'm off by a couple seconds. I am happy you guys are here. We'll enjoy the rest of the show. Graham and Minty and the rest did an amazing job, and you're going to get to see that in a minute. Don't forget, on Monday evening, we will be having a special Lore Dumplings episode with some of our friends over at Dads and Dice. So me and Harriet will be doing that at about 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. That'll be fun, and then we'll be back to Tuesdays for our regular game. Dads of Silver Moon. Hey! Yep, Freya is amazing. Guess who's in the middle of making a graphic featuring 2 of the best D&D streams on Twitch? Hey! I just saw that. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Let me send that to me whenever you're done. I would love to put it up on the Twitters or something somewhere. We will do that. But anyway, without much further ado, tonight's episode of Beryl's Baddies, The Rude Sandstorm. Here we go. There we go. Yay! Welcome back to another episode of Beryl's Baddies, Beryl's Bullet Buffet, Associated Inc. Corp.
Excuse me. Beryl's Bullet Buffet was the
title of the episode.
Title. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I keep saying it like it was a
At least
thing.
it should have been.
I mean,
Should have been.
Should have how many bullets?
We gotta have an off-screen talk with this producer.
How many bullets did she really fire?
well, and I think it was the belay that was the thing.
And there was 3. That's it.
That Zur basically went inside and
Bullet.
chest burster xenomorphed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
But that was after it was dead. You know?
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
That's not gross.
You have the buffet after you killed it.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, and then you chopped
my
it into
God.
pieces.
I'm getting amazed at Joel's puns.
Josie today.
Yep. Oh boy. It's gonna be May. Wait, no, it is May. It's already May. Anyway. I know.
Let's not talk about that.
And in 2 days we have May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Which
maybe
might be by the time this goes out.
Possibly.
These nerds, guys.
Oh no. Oh boy. There we go. It doesn't turn on. It's broken. It's because you keep it by your bed. That's why you need to charge your batteries. This is how the Sith will win.
He saves that for some other apparatus he keeps.
Oh no. No, resist. Bad.
Has that same vibrating sound. To
No,
it,
it does not. Oh, man, I was
this is going to the dark side.
Yeah, this is. Oh wow. That was a thing. No, here I thought I was gonna be the hyper.
Sith, but I can still inquisitive.
Oh no. Nope. Stop. Stop. Just make it stop. I know. We're just getting started, right? Ugh.
Fun's just begun.
The fun's just begun, indeed. All right. Well, to get started, our group of intrepid people, our group of intrepid people, have made their way deep into the Anorak Desert, trying to find the ruins of Manevis, an excavation of an ancient city of Netheril that has long been buried beneath the sands of the desert, now uncovered, and housing within it somewhere an ancient tome that contains the instructions on how to control and command legions of death bots, basically. Dun dun dun. Sounds more ominous, right? As you guys race the clock to try and get to the ruins before the Empire discovers the location of this tome, you were almost ambushed by sand bandits sand raiders, and then they were quickly obliterated. One of them was swallowed by a sand shark, after which it too was eviscerated and crunched like a. Well, see, this is gonna be a Texas reference, but like a dog. Like we had dogs here that would go after armadillos and then just like crunch them, and yeah, so it's kind of like that. Mercury just crunched it, and then you guys cut it up into tiny little lunchable pieces.
Filet mignon.
Oh yeah, there you go. Filet mignon. Well done. That was good. That's your one and only pun you're allowed the whole rest of the game. So I hope it was worth
inspiration? That was the rule.
That was yeah. Well, I'll give you one. Sure, that was a good one.
Inspiration.
Yes,
time.
this is gonna be a new rule.
New rule. Yeah, you come up with a really great pun and you'll get inspiration. And everybody else
Should Belay
Main cast.
Mignon
Main cast.
actually be well done? I feel like you missed a step with that.
This is like main cast.
Oh no.
This campaign is technically canon, so maybe the rules carry over too. Talking to you right now.
So it's like Star Wars where there's levels of canon.
oh, low blow, accurate, but low blow. Levels of cannon. Yeesh. All right, so as you guys continued on seeing what appears to be a sandstorm in the distance, you guys, upon closer inspection, realized the sandstorm wasn't moving. In fact, it seemed to be stationary. In a place that was a lot closer to you guys than you had initially anticipated. As you carefully approached, now having reached the end of your day's journey, so your night's journey, because you guys had been traveling. No, you still kind of traveled, right? Because it was still in the middle of the day, so you're still, I guess. I'm trying to remember now what the time of day it was, because it was during the last watch that you got jumped. Ish that you jumped them, and then it was like
approaching evening. Yeah,
it was approaching evening, right? Because all right, so it was approaching evening, and you guys were gonna try and scope it out before you figure out what to do for the evening. So let me switch this stuff around real quick.
I was under the impression we'd be sleeping during the day.
Mm-hmm. No, that's what I said. Right. So that's why I was like, well, because you guys had been. Oh yes. Well, because it was last.
Because we got woken up close to the start of day.
Right. And then you had.
Start of night.
No, yeah.
No, start of the day.
Start of the day, and then if you guys.
That was the last one.
Yeah, it would be
watch.
start of night because we'd be.
Yeah, if it was
night.
last watch, it would be towards the evening.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we were sleeping during the day.
All right. So then traveling at night. So then this would be the end of your travel, which would put it back to morning-ish again.
And then we decided that we were gonna do some recon stealth and
before finding a place to do whatever you're gonna do.
Bullet our way in there.
Let's see. So, as this hellstorm, as this sandstorm swirls around and in front of you guys, you're probably about 100 or so feet from the edges where you can see this dust kind of just like kicking up, kind of in almost a lazy circle, but now that you're getting closer, you can see that the sands are going in a strange direction. Whoever would like to make a perception check.
I got a
17 for
15.
me.
What? 17 for you, you said?
Yep.
15 for Beryl.
Alrighty. As you guys... 2?
26.
We don't have to talk about it.
Perfect. This is already going the best. Those of you who rolled higher than a 15, you can see that while the sands kind of are just kind of this constant movement state, there is what seems to be a layer of movement below what's being kicked up. So it's almost like there's like a couple of yards at least of just dust and sand that's kind of just shifting around with the wind. But then below that, you can see that there is a definite movement of sand, but it seems to be going almost in an upwards direction, but for like shifting sideways and shifting violently in another direction. It's not like it's just constantly swirling in one way. It's almost like it's constantly moving directions, but then kicking up the dirt around it. So, what are you guys doing?
I think I see movement. Did you have something, sir?
No, I'm just trying to remember what we had agreed. Like, we wanted to wait for the day and rest to go in at nightfall, but we also wanted some people to scout. Like, did we all want to scout, or did we want to send out some people and...
I thought we were gonna start to set up camp and then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Let's
set up camp.
Yeah.
As it's expectedly looking at Beryl.
All right.
Well, I'm feeling pretty tired. This sounds like a job for Josie. Earn your keep. And I go ahead and I get the tent and I set it up.
Okay. Where are you setting it up at? Just on the outside? Somewhere?
Yeah. Did you say that there was some rocks around the outside where we can kind of set up behind?
Sure. Make a perception check. Just go look around for a spot.
All right.
Occasionally you'll... Go ahead.
Oh, can I help Beryl or?
Sure. Yes, you can roll with advantage then.
Okay.
Occasionally you'll see these crackles of like bluish purple energy or lightning that kind of streak through as like this static is in the air. You can feel it kind of raise the hair on your arm.
Ha!
Wow.
Hacks. I don't feel anything.
Scales.
All right, so I got a 1 and an 8. So as you're describing the lightning, Beryl kind of stops as she's looking around and she gets distracted, and she's just thinking about like the power behind whatever spells powering that storm.
Yeah.
Imagine the incredible things that lightning could power.
Mhm.
A big death ray. I mean,
Death ray.
something that's not evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Exactly.
My progeny.
You do find there's a couple of like smooth stone boulders that seem to look like they'd offer a good spot to kind of keep the tent somewhat, hidden, but also easily accessible for you guys, so you're not having to struggle to get in and out. But you say the magic word and the tent folds out like a crazy pop-up book and is now sitting there. Occasionally you can see the little flaps just kind of catching the wind as like an errant gust kind of moves along, kicking up dust around you guys.
Okay. All right. Well, this looks like as good a spot as any. Everyone get your things ready. Josie, were you going to scout for us?
Yes. Zur, would you like to come along?
Yeah, better have someone qualified and with lots of experience.
I know you're a sneaky bunch.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And
You
then,
know,
so
I'm good at
would we
keeping
set
it
off right
near to
away?
the ground.
Keeping low to the ground. All right.
Before they head out, I am going to cast 2 spells.
Okay.
Death Ward on Zur. And Freedom of Movement on Josie.
Ooh. Very nice. All right.
So for Freedom of Movement, for the next hour, unaffected by difficult terrain and spells and other magical effects that can would reduce the target's speed or cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained. And if they fall, they only need 5 feet of movement to get up from non-magical restraints rather than using half their movement.
Very nice.
And for Death Ward, if the target drops to 0 hit points as a result of taking damage, the target instead drops to 1 hit point and the spell ends. And that's for the next. That's for the next 8 hours. So that might last into combat.
All
I
right.
have something that might help as well. Who has the better sneaking ability?
What's yours, sir?
Well, I guess I should ask. I have invisibility. Who wants it?
Oh.
Oh, I have +7, but advantage on it.
I have a +10 advantage.
Oh, I'll give it to
man.
Zer then.
Also, I can cast Pass Without Trace and give us a +10.
We have like the sneakiest boys ever.
I am made for this.
They literally just use like one of those like Batman moments where you're like talking to them and then you turn around and they're just gone in an impossibly
but-
quick camera angle change.
So I will take invisibility. Are you kidding me? I want the camera to be exactly the same. It's like the camera's like, oh, here he is, but it's like above, so you still only see Josie, and then it's like. He's like, here. She's like, here, invisibility, and everything. It's still just Josie. And it's like, oh, okay, there's nothing down there. Yeah.
Zer vanishes from sight.
And Zur, you take. Just see like a little line of dust going off.
No.
The little
Dotted outline of where they were standing.
Yep, that's just left. All right. Yeah, exactly. The Roadrunner. Yeah, maybe gone. All right. So Josie and Zer, what are you guys doing? As you're gonna go scout around? Which direction would you like to go? You have this giant wall that's like about a couple hundred feet tall. That just kind of makes this dome shape. And then you have I guess you can go either left or right or closer
Do we have
inspection. Whatever.
Map camera of the surrounding area.
No. So, listen, I could only do so much, okay? I did not bring my giant dome of sandstorm. So sorry. I forgot. I was going to grab some chicken fence wire on the way home, and I forgot, just dang it.
Do we have a sense of which side from our map, like intel from which side the enemy camp is and which side like the dig side is?
From the maps that you had seen, that entrance was on the entrance that was like where the camp was at, was located more on the southern side.
Okay.
Whereas like the deeper structures of the quarry and stuff like that, where it looked like there was like the pyramids and things, were more towards the northern side of the camp.
All right. Well, I mean, we're not gonna.
So you know which direction, basically, at that point, north and south lie.
Right.
So from where your camp is, a northerly direction would be to your right, and a southerly direction would be to your left.
All right. I mean, I think we should go towards the camp part, right? Like, if we, I mean, we
That'll be
can
a good
see,
start.
we can see what they're digging, but it's not like we would be able to see from this distance anything useful.
Yeah, we can go to the entrance first, and then, depending on what we find, swing around and see what we can see on the pyramid side.
Yeah. I want to try and figure out if there's some kind of schematic of guards or whatever, how many people or.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going
Zero will take our way over there.
to the left hand side of the sandstorm.
Yep.
Okay. So are you guys trying to go stealthily or just going?
Stealthily.
All right.
I will cast my pass without trace as well.
Perfect. Oh well, if you cast the spell, your invisibility might end.
Why would it end?
Oh,
It's on my concentration.
No, I know, but if isn't the invisibility ends if whoever is invisible casts a spell or used as an action?
That is a good question.
That sounds right.
Let's see.
Because we had a situation like this happen.
Oh yeah, the spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Okay.
Oh, I can wait then.
Okay. So, you guys continue. How far away from the camp are you wanting to go?
I mean, I'm thinking we will stay like the camp is down in the dig site, right? Or is it up?
No. So right now you don't even see a dig site. You just have found this massive sandstorm that's kind of sitting in the sands. You can see a lot of rocks, outcroppings and things in the area, like it's the beginning of maybe like a mountain, but you can't see on the other side of this. So you don't know what exactly is in this
Right.
sandstorm. You're assuming that this might be the location, but so far you haven't seen any sort of encampment. You're just kind of on the outside of this storm that's swirling around.
I will walk right up to the wall of this storm and such, and I'll
Okay.
just kind of slowly kind of move my hand up near it, but not exactly touching it quite yet because I don't know if it's gonna.
Okay.
Stay on
As you approach start walking towards the wall of this sandstorm, you start to have to kind of like your eyes start. You have to either cover them or something because the sand and dust is kicking up so much that it's starting to affect your vision before you reach like the physical wall that you can see. And the closer you get, you can see that there is indeed the wind blows a lot more strongly this close, but it's also like harder. It gets harder and harder to see, to the point where you're like having to shield your eyes from the dust that's just kind of being kicked up around you. And you can see just probably a couple feet in front of you is this massive swirling vortex of sand. It's just moving so much faster than what's kind of falling and being blown around on the outside of it, if that makes sense. So you get up close and you're going to touch the wall?
Yes, just kind of slowly put my hand through as I'm like, is
Okay.
it gonna?
The closer you get, you can feel that the sand is starting to move at a pace that's starting to sting your fingers. And you have it, and this is like before you even touch the surface of the wall. You're probably only like 2 feet away, or even like less, probably like a foot away from the edges of where you can see the sand moving so violently, and it's already starting to like sting and tear at your skin.
Can I take one of my bolts from my crossbow and just kind of poke it out to where the main wall is to see if it's going to like snap it or?
Sure. You take one of your bolts out, and holding it as best as you can while like shielding your eyes, you stick your hand out further, the bolt passing through that layer that is the wall, and you can feel it's like hitting like it's like sticking it into a really strong water current. That is not the sound I was going for. It's buffeting it and hitting it so hard you're like struggling to keep your arm in one place, and bringing your hand back, there is no tip to the edge of this shaft. It has now been smoothly, it's almost like sandblasted to where there is just like half a nub of a pencil just left in your hand.
You can look and see what you might want to do, sir. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I think Sir will try and like, not go too close to the wall, but travel around sort of to see and find if there must be some kind of way inside that is not going through like a death portal. Like, his skills are already smooth. He doesn't need this treatment. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No more exfoliation for you.
No.
All right, so you see that Josie is, fiddling with it, and you notice when he pulls his hand back that the arrow shaft is now half of its size and is like completely missing its top half. And it's not like it's broken; it's like smoothed over. The amount of pressure and speed with which this sand is like traveling just within this wall is immense.
Yeah, I think Sir has like looked at him. Like he was looking around because one guy's researching, then he'll look to the sides for like enemies. As he didn't see anyone, so he like would cast glances at Josie, and he's like, okay, that seems really hard. There's like, look around. Is there an easier way?
Right. So this close where like Josie's at, so you can make a perception check with disadvantage because of how much dust is around. If you want to take a little bit. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it's still clouded visibility.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't get it in my eyes.
Yeah. Your eyes are safe. You can like back up probably like about a couple of yards or so, and I'll say a dozen feet, but a couple yards works.
Oof, 10.
10.
18.
Disadvantage.
To the south along that leftern. Oh no. Along the left side of this wall, there you can see there is kind of like this large it's not a, what's it called? It's like a large stone. Almost it's almost like a arch. It looks like the beginning of an arch. It kind of like goes up and into the sandstorm itself. Then it's probably about 200 or so feet away from where you guys are at.
Yeah, so it's like 2 times 6 seconds for a monk. Dash action, move action. Run again. Yeah,
exactly. At that point, it's just a matter of how much energy you're wanting to expend, because you're like take off down, getting down on all fours again. You turn into a horror of cloth that just kind of scuttles along the ground.
He won't go right to it, but he'll definitely check it out. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Josie, as you're standing there, you hear the little, amongst all the noise, you just kind of look around for Zur, and also, well, actually, you wouldn't have seen Zur anywhere around you because she's currently invisible. So you just see the occasional little footsteps that quickly get buried with the shifting sands that kind of gets thrown up around you. But you see the scuttling of footprints as Zur takes off to the left, going along. Yeah, the path kind of quickly disappearing as the sand blows around you guys. But yeah, you get over there to. I want to say that they're called butts, like Butte, but I don't think that's what they're called either. I don't remember. In any case, the boots, yes. This stone structure, you get up to it, and you can see it is kind of shielding a little bit from the dust that's kind of blowing your direction, but it seems to go directly into the wall itself. And it raises up about another 150 feet or so before like it kind of arches into that swirling mass. And yeah.
Looks like an entrance. Some kind.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, he'll slowly. He'll be real careful. There's no full running now. Now there's sneaking.
Okay. So, go ahead and make a perception check or investigation, if you like.
At any sort of advantage, disadvantage?
Wow. Oof, oof.
For Zur, it's still this close. It depends. Like if you're close enough within the range of the shifting sands, it'd be a disadvantage. If you're like, there's like about a 20-foot gap from the wall to like the outside of where this dust is just kind of being kicked up and is kind of falling, but is not considered the direct part of the wall.
I scored a nice 8, so
I scored a hefty 11, so we're doing good.
A hefty 11. Wow. I don't think that was necessarily necessary for you to say it like that, but we'll go with it. Butte, we'll go with it.
1-1.
Okay. Anyway, looking around this area, you see that the stone that goes up and into the sandstorm, upon closer inspection at this distance, you can see now that it appears to have been smoothly worn right where the wall is, up at the top. Almost as if this shield wall of sand basically sandblasted and cut through whatever stone this is.
Oh. But do I see the sand wall in front of me too?
So yeah, okay, hold on, let me.
So see, I'm in the archway, yeah, and I go in.
Okay, so yeah, it lifts off from the. Basically, it's like a triangle at this point, right? So it hasn't started an archway yet, but you can see it lifting up as if it was going to become one.
Yeah.
And so you're at the foot of this, like.
Okay.
Going up, but it is a very like rocky, area as it goes up. What was your investigation roll again?
8. Well,
8?
That was my perception.
Your perception? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of rocks in here. That's what I see. A big rock over there, small one there.
Do we have the ability to kind of walk up this wall up to the
if you
up to
go
the top to see if there's a way like downwards into this place?
Sure. I mean, this you can walk around this stone outcropping if you want. I'm just saying from the direction you guys were walking, this is what you see directly in front of you. But you can kind of like try and walk around it.
I'm gonna use my spider climb ability to walk like just directly up next to the sandblasted area, but not like where it's gonna
blast you. Yeah.
For now.
Right.
But yeah, I want to walk up and try to get as high as I can on this wall and see if there's an end to this sphere of craziness.
Okay. Zara, what are you doing?
I mean, if Sarah presume, well, actually, I guess with a whopping 8 for perception, I might not actually see Josie in here at all. I look at the rocks. He's on the roof. I didn't look for him at the roof.
Right.
Yeah, he'll slowly start progressing if he can find like if it's a triangle, and he can find a way to move further in, that's what he'll do.
Okay. You're going straight or just going around it?
Straight in.
Okay, so you're going up to the wall, to the edge of it. You start climbing as well.
Yeah, he'll look up if he now sees Josie. He'll start and look up to, and then he'll be like,
Yeah, I would say
I'm
yes.
afraid of heights.
all right, who's that? But oh, no.
Nice ass.
All right, so so Zur, you staying there at the bottom, or you climbing
I'm
up?
the bottom.
Okay. You gonna move around to either side, or just stay where you're at?
If there's a side I can seem a little less obvious in, I'll, think he's always sort of defaulting to corners of rooms.
Alrighty.
Just because.
So as you kind of walk away a little bit from the edges of this sandstorm, go ahead and make another investigation or perception, whichever your choice. Josie, as you start climbing your way up, the wind kind of pulling and kicking at you a little bit as you climb to the top of this rock outcropping. You eventually reach the very top. Because you have spider climb ability, there won't be any. You don't need to roll for it because you are a crazy vampire. So once you get to the top, you can see out in ways in multiple directions. Go ahead and make a perception check once you're up there.
For my perception check, I rolled a 21.
21. Perfect. All right.
I'm not rolling high today. 13.
13. From this height, it's still the dust kind of is moving. Maybe not as much as it is on the ground, but it's still kind of. It's almost like a dusty rain. It's just kind of falling down at this point from where you're at up here. But you see that the dome continues up and over, and it seems to go on for probably another half mile or so before it kind of curves out of sight.
Do I, with what you were saying, it's kind of slowed at the top. Is it less of a wall like it was down at the bottom, or is it still?
It's still there, but you can see it clearly. So you can basically as it approaches the ground surface, it's kicking up a lot more of the dirt near the bottom.
But the visibility is now a little better.
The visibility is now a little better, so you can see now more of a solid wall shape of shifting sands that kind of moves around this area. Zur, as you navigate around the sides of this, you do find with that roll that there is what appears to be some sort of alcove or maybe a small crevice the size like humanoid in size that kind of goes
crevice.
Yeah, for you. A giant crevice for you.
They kind of army in here.
An army of kobolds that cuts into the rock.
All right, cool. Yeah, look at it. Can he see into it? Really goes a little closer and peeks in.
Sure.
Is this dark vision?
Yeah. As you get to the edge of this crevice, it's cut into the wall. There is a little bit of a respite from the blowing sands as you kind of stick your head in a little. It seems dark, a little hazy. Make a perception check for me.
I will. 19.
19. It seems that this crevice goes a ways in and even starts to descend a little bit.
This seems very deep.
It continues past your range of vision.
How much time have we spent out here?
At this point, like 20 minutes, probably 25 minutes.
Okay, that's not long. Then he's gonna dig in a little bit more. He's gonna start going in.
Okay. As you go inside, there is the strangest like feeling of there's a gentle like almost rumble or vibration to the stone around you from the feeling of like the storm outside, but it is so much calmer and the wind is not like blowing this like a contrast to what you feel on the outside. But you see that this crevice kind of opens up into a passageway that's probably only about like 7 to 8 feet wide, and just kind of it seems to be a natural cave, like where the rock is formation kind of is pressed up against each other and has made almost like a little passage that kind of continues downward.
So it's like a rough. It's not like steps or anything. It's like
No.
a rough passage.
Yeah.
All right. Does it look like it's been traveled by others? Like,
Make a investigation check. And while you're looking around now on the inside, no disadvantage this time.
Would I be able to see that he's off and found something?
oh,
Or am I just kind of in La La Land? And...
Well, currently Zur is invisible still, so
Oh,
no, you
20.
have not seen anything. 20.
yep.
You
That's a good roll.
check. Yep, you check the ground around you as you carefully make your way inside this little cavern.
I am very close to the ground.
Yeah,
so
you are.
Not
It's
hard.
it's not hard to do. You just can't. Just like yep.
Yeah.
And it does. You can see that there does seem to be some footsteps
Going in or out.
traveling in both directions.
All right.
There's still a like light layer of dust to where you can see that some of these steps have already been. Maybe some are fresh, some are older, but it does look like this place has seen usage.
Okay. How far in am I now? Like,
At this point, we'll say like, I don't know, 15, 20 feet.
okay, that's not bad. Everything's so different when you're a monk. You're like, there's like a couple steps.
It's just like it's like one heartbeat.
Yeah, yeah, you know. Like, this is stupid. Yeah, all right. Now the question is whether I should go further in or. Yeah, a little further. He'll basically continue like double that and see if there's like, see if he can spot any light or some sort of like.
Okay.
And while he's doing this, will there happen to be like any stones on top of this little wall or something that I can just pick off and try to throw?
Taking a kind of a glance around, there's a couple of stones, yeah.
Then I'm going to pick up one of those and see if I can't, not like directly into it, so if it does go out, it doesn't like just a random ass rock fall from the sky, but I'll kind of throw it near the side of the wall and see if it'll pass through or just like.
Sure. You grab the rock and kind of like toss it in your hand for a little bit, feel the weight before flinging it into at an angle so that it doesn't like bounce back and
Like
hit
a
you or
skipping
anything.
stone.
Like a skipping zone, exactly. You see this stone disappear into the wall with barely even a movement in the sand. It just vanishes.
Shit. Well, that won't work.
Meanwhile, back in the tent, as you guys, the three of you, are sitting around, what are you guys doing?
Right now, Beryl is getting ready to rest. I guess just enjoying the feast right now.
Cole is asleep. He's tired. He had the last watch. He
Been moving
did
all
the
day.
stuff, right? Yeah, he's been moving all day, right? So he is probably passed out right now.
Zonked
Very
out.
asleep.
Definitely kind of an MVP of that fight, so he's earned an early nap.
If he
Right.
falls asleep on the couch, everyone will have like by the end of the night he'll have like 3 blankets draped over him, like a pillow for the feet, and underneath the head. It's like, oh yeah, okay.
A glass of water for if he gets up in the middle of the night.
No, he's probably just like used to like going back to his old days. He's kind of used to some stuff, so he like looks at the couch, and he looks behind the couch, and he's like so tired, right? And he just kind of clicks into like the on the road military life. So he actually like rolls up behind the couch with his sleeping bag, and he's like tucked behind the couch, right?
That's
He's
how we're
like
keeping
behind the
bullet.
couch in his yeah. He's behind there in his sleeping bag, but he's very comfortable, right? It's a very nice little sleeping bag setup.
He's playing forts inside behind the couch.
Almost, yeah. I mean, he's using the he's like he came into the tent, and then he was like behind
There.
the couch, the best.
There
And then
it
he's
is.
just like, all right, I'm done. Yep. And so
I'm not
he's
in
just-
immediate gaze. I've like cover. Yeah, I'll hear people come in. They won't see me. Yeah, done. Just
yeah,
like,
basically like
beep.
even though he kind of knows like that he like most likely wouldn't happen, but he's like done that because he's also like assuming like as everyone's doing everything, he's gonna do the last watch again, right? He's just like, well, I did it last time, so I'm gonna go right here. So he's
All right.
fast asleep.
Cool. Sounds good then. Zer, as you continue deeper into the cavern, you could feel that the stonework, it's the passageway starts to open up a little bit, but it continues to descend. It's not a steep descent, but it is a descent nonetheless. And if you had to guess, it will lead you. Make a perception check. I guess.
I will make a perception check. Well, it's a 10.
It's definitely going in a direction. It seems like it would be going towards the wall. You haven't really taken too many, like, there's been no real sharp corners, even though occasionally it does snake to the left or right a little bit, but it seems to be in a general way towards the wall. And you can feel still as you put your clawed little hand up on the stone, you can feel the vibration of what would you assume to be like the storm above. Just kind of this dull, like thrumming, like rumble to the space around you.
All right. Well, I mean, seems like pretty good confirmation that this might be an entrance.
All right.
I think at this point he might, like, if he doesn't see anything too much out of the ordinary, he might turn around just because it's like.
So far, you just see the further in you go, the more footsteps you start to see.
Yeah.
Just because it seems like the amount of dust near the entrance kind of has covered a lot near there. But the further back you go, there's less of that presence, and you can see that in the ground around you, there is still the occasional boot prints.
Yeah, he'll make sure to try and erase his own, and then,
As you
skitter
walk.
back.
As you walk, your little tail kind of does like a little
Yeah.
dusting motion behind you.
Has
Some
like a little
people have
maze.
to like drag a tree, something like with leaves on it to branch to the wither. I have a tail for it.
Yep.
Like on the bottom, it's like little bristles.
Yep. You always
Yeah.
wondered why Zer has like a little bit of a napkin wrapped around the edge of his tail. Now you know.
It's not even his napkins. It's Beryl's napkins. His napkin
Oh,
is
his little
clean.
handkerchief.
It's hers now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she used it to clean off the bullet blood, she doesn't want.
Yeah.
I believe Mignon was messy.
Reusing. recycle or use.
Yeah.
And
All right.
yeah, he'll basically go out thinking that he can't get too far ahead, and also he should probably figure out what Josie's up to.
Okay.
So he'll go out and look up the wall that he saw Josie crawl up at.
All right. Now that you are outside, Josie, what are you doing?
Well, I would have probably begun to walk down, considering my hopes of getting through the wall are crushed with a literal rock being decimated. So I'm like, I don't want that to happen to me. So yeah, I'm gonna meander my way down the wall with the same ability.
Alrighty.
And then
you see that there is this slope. You can just go down the full slope of it, or you can just go down the side of the wall.
Like a little slide.
It's walkable. It's not that steep. It just kind of gently curves downwards.
Either way, I'll be walking down. So I'll probably go down the slope this time, just so it's a little different view and see what's happening.
Alrighty. All right. Then I suppose then the both of you eventually or walk back to camp.
Before we do, whenever I get down there to ask,
you have no idea where Zur is.
Oh, I thought
Zur is still
there and saw her little paws.
I was gonna say, I think you stayed down there, and so let's just stand and look around just a little bit before he hey. So
like a little tap.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
By your feet too, he has to dodge a boot. Oh hey.
Trying to kick around. What the?
Yeah.
I think I found an entrance. I can see a lot of footprints, so I think that's the one. I found it.
How far did you manage to go down?
I don't know, 60 feet. It's continued for a while, but
do you think the both of us should go and scout a little further, just in case? Because the next time I go down there, I would rather not have Maddox's gleaming armor bouncing around the place.
Well,
got an echoing cave.
Shopping cart full of
that's
pots
true.
and pans falling
We're
down flight of
coming! There's someone here!
well,
Try to be as quiet as we can, and Maddox in the back.
We could still go back now and then just go ahead when we go, everyone. It's just that I think that you and me are the best at doing what we do. He'll move his hand and then he remembers you can't see it, and he's like, well, what I was doing was moving my hand, but you couldn't see it, and that was actually what I was talking about. So it makes sense. But since you couldn't see it.
I understand, sir.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. We get it.
We're thieves.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. But I was thinking we could just pre-scout, and then if we do run into trouble, we'll have, the very noisy people who are, have other good qualities to them. I'm holding my finger up.
Their level of trash talk. I love it.
And
can I reach out and try to hold his palm and see what fingers he's making, like Helen Keller or some shit?
As he sees you, he's like, no, and he's kind of flattered because you're still keeping your hands maybe above his head, and he's like, damn,
I'm trying to.
Tall, huh? Yeah. And he's like, no, it was just a pointy finger. It's not the bad one. I actually only have 4, but anyway, the point being, maybe we go back now and we take the rest with us and just pre-scout with them as backup.
That sounds like a good idea, and I believe we could all use a little rest before we jump out of the frying pan into the fire. So yeah.
Yeah, does look pretty bad. As he looks up at like the crazy sandhole, he's like,
Yep.
that shit ain't natural. Like I know something about the magic, and this is not great.
Not great.
Yeah, I
This is,
know. While I was up on the wall, I tried to see if a rock would go through. It turned to dust. We would not have had a good time if we had walked through the wall.
by force or by some weird aging thing.
I have to expect it's some sort of powerful force that just obliterates things that touch it. But
I
it very
see.
could be that.
That makes sense.
But I mean-
Like they'll start moving back. Just like what,
I mean,
like
I am 204. I think I'm already doing pretty good.
Zer's
He looks
on the.
up. But he can't be seen, so he'll just be like, yeah,
Right. Sure.
Anyway,
I'm nodding.
let's head back to camp now. Yeah.
All right. So you guys head back to camp.
Yes.
And as you get inside the tent, you can see, I guess, Maddox and Minty, as they are currently chilling.
Early dining.
Early.
Sorry about
No, you're fine. As you are doing some last-minute food before going to bed for the evening.
As Beryl's finishing her turkey leg, she goes ahead and gives the bone to Mercury, and he starts making like a garbage disposal sound.
I wasn't sneaky. By the way, I wasn't sneaky, so they probably saw me and they were probably like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, for sure.
So enters the room.
I know
Looks
Beryl is
around.
because Beryl's probably looking at one of the other bedrooms, like,
Yeah.
Maddox
Like-
gets it.
So goes in. It's like
Yeah.
someone took my spot behind the couch.
Yeah.
This is
Very-
outrageous.
no,
Very,
because there wasn't a pile of stuff there. So
Daryl,
I don't know where your
speak to the
spot was,
manager.
but all of your pile of things wasn't there. I'm pretty sure yours was. I'm pretty sure you were over in your room though, with your pile of things.
Yeah. No, well,
Sentimental
he's on the
treasure pile.
floor, in the middle. In the
Alright.
middle, there's like a living room floor. That's where his pile is, in the middle.
Ah, yeah.
It's the most annoying. So that's that's where he put it.
Hey, your words, not ours.
So you guys are back with us.
Yes.
So come in.
So Josie and Sir, what did you find out there?
A lot of sand.
Yes, we can see that from here.
Like a lot.
You were
like-
gone for a while, and that's all you have to tell us.
Well,
Is he
You're
still
still in
I should
invisible?
probably speak up for Zer.
Are you? I don't
considering-
know. You're probably close to the hour, probably at this point.
I mean, Beryl can drop it if not.
Yeah.
But wait, so Beryl hasn't dropped it yet? She's just
It's just invisible.
30.
Yeah.
This is gonna be.
But he did give himself away because he responded. Okay, I dropped concentration on the spell.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Well,
So like moves his hands as if he's just was doing
this was
something.
getting hard.
I just expect Zer to be suddenly visible holding like 18 turkey legs. Like,
That's why he wasn't saying much.
Yeah.
With a lot of sand.
Yeah.
It's like a platter of cakes.
Mm.
Here?
I found these.
Do you want one? I was gonna take around.
Oh no.
No, yeah,
Ah.
he'll like, well, Josie, why don't you go first?
Well, we found that the giant dust storm is really some sort of wall that I can only imagine is from some pretty serious magic. We tried walking near it. It starts to sting, and then we even tried to throw a rock in it. Dusted. We can't get through there. But Zer may have found something. I kind of nod Zer's direction.
Who you can now see.
Who I no longer have to sign to.
Yes, I think I found a tunnel. It is there's this weird beginning of an arc, sort of a triangle. Really, it's not important. I can lead you there. But there is a tunnel, and once I went a bit inside, I got sheltered a bit from all the horrible burning sand. It's really bad. I'm glad I had my goggles. I don't know how Josie could get along with that. But, yes. I saw footprints. I went in about, I think, 60 feet or so. And there's more footprints in there. I decided that, well, it might be best to go in there with some backup. After all, we are all employed for this, can't do all the work. And as he felt he was being sensible a little too much. He was like, okay, we're gonna dial back a little bit. And he's like, yes, so I think that will take us through. It should be able to fit a normal size. And then he looks at, Maddox.
Yeah, he was just kind of like,
buddy, it might be a little tight, but you will get through it.
I say 8 feet wide, and he's like, it might be a little tight.
What does Sir know?
Yeah, no,
I mean,
for sure.
It's like he looks from 2 feet up. He's like, oh man, this arching, it could be fucking, sky tall. He knows.
I like that term,
How big
sky
is
tall.
Max, by the way?
He is. Nope.
oh, what was the question?
How big is you?
Whatever the way you want to ask that.
No, really just how broad your shoulders are.
Well, I want to say he's like 6'8" and fairly broad-shouldered. So and then he has the armor on top of it. So he's not a small boy.
Compared also,
Find a way to squeeze him in.
maybe not the most dexterous either. So
He has other uses.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So sounds
But
like we'll be going under this wall of sand.
I would recommend it. But again, there are other people who have traveled here. I could not find out how soon, but there were definitely both tracks in and out, which I think confirms that it is indeed a way in. Just, we don't know if it's guarded or by how many.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they're expecting somebody, it could be either a construction pathway for getting things inside to dig, or it's a militia pathway, and we're going to be facing against a good sizable number. Because the storm was huge, so there must be a lot of people within it. That's what I'm thinking.
It potentially would give us a choke point to fall back to, if we have to.
Yes. Works on both sides, though.
Sure,
If
but
we were
there's
attacking-
only a small amount of us, and there's so many of them.
True.
That's going to be more of a hindrance to them than it is to us.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go through. We'll kick the butt of anyone who stands in our way, and then I think He like looks almost unsuredly at like Beryl, like there was something that you needed in there, information.
No, just looking for a way in and out. So far, we know that's the only way in and out. After we rest and we get on our way, Cole and I can take a look at the wall and see what kind of magic is behind it. But so far, that cavern you found is our best bet.
But what do we need once we get in?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes, we're looking for a book. It's gonna be very old looking. It's gonna have some nonsensical writing full of runes and glyphs. But if you find a book, let me know. I'll take a look at it. Anything else, you can have.
All right. An artifact that's stuck up. Yeah. This entrance would go to the campsite. Might be, or at least in that direction, general direction.
Actually, that's a question for the DM. Do we have a sense of where that cave entrance is in relation to
Where
dig site, and in like where it would pop out from? Because if we knew like which direction, like the map that we had for the dig site being, like cardinal map points.
Right.
Could we extrapolate that?
Make a. As you're looking over the map, go ahead and make a wisdom check, I guess.
I was gonna say wisdom? I am proficient with navigator's tool, and as I, helped make the way, could I assist with that?
Sure.
Yeah, I can take advantage of that. I feel like
just a straight wisdom.
I got my
Yeah, I was just trying to put stuff together. Let me see here.
Would I be helping Zur, or would Zur be helping me?
Zur would be. Zur would be helping you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good thing because that was not high.
Ooh.
That was 23.
Oh,
23?
Yes.
That was not high.
Navigating tools came in handy.
All right.
Well, Zur's unique perspective was helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not what I said. It's like, oh.
If indeed, and I don't know why I feel like I had to yell because you guys are over here, but I know that the microphone's on my face. I'm like, if indeed the space is what like the sandstorm is going around, you would imagine that because like this direction is north and this direction is south, that you're probably like somewhere in this area. Okay. Because it goes off in either direction. It seems at least to be like 1.5 to 2 miles of a wall.
But we have an idea of.
But you have an idea. Camp. Yeah, you're assuming that you're somewhere in here, and you know that it was said that this area was where like they had more of a staging area, where they had like. When the Griffin Riders came to attack, they were on this side, and this was just what they had seen beyond. Most of the excavation seemed like they were doing stuff over here because there were more lights that they saw in that general area. I feel like a meteorologist. Over here we have, and this
lots of undead. Just expect wave after wave.
Wave after wave, moving southwards across the 30 degrees or so.
A little congestion in the secret tunnel.
Yes.
Where would the tunnel that I found? It was on the campsite. Right?
If your campsite was here, you're assuming that this structure might have to be that arch that kind of went up and over the cliffside.
Okay.
Because the way it's drawn out, and I know it's kind of hard to tell, but there are two like stone arches that came up and into this quarry area. One was on this side and one was on that side. But from where you guys arrived in this area and having seen the start of an arch, you're assuming that you're somewhere in like here.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So we would be taken through the like camp spot if we go through the tunnel.
If you go through the
Most
tunnel,
likely.
most likely it seems like it will end up there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that they would have another entrance. Why would they?
Mm-hmm.
The other
They may
place is a
have-
constant dig site.
They may have teleportation magic at their disposal. This is more for venturing out if they need to.
Possibly
Well, it's
getting
likely.
resources in. Yes. Well,
Well, we should get ready. We'll probably face a sizable force once we make it to the other side. Cole, are you sure you won't be more comfortable in one of the beds?
God.
Perfect.
Now the real question is which one of his clones is doing that.
there are like 3 Coles sleeping around the room, like
Just in
He
a like
created
a,
a clone so they could do the back-to-back.
the cuddle puddle.
That's cute.
Probably exactly what happened. Like you see him, and then the 2 other clones are there just chilling in the room, and then all of a sudden, like at one moment, they just go.
As soon as
And
he
then you're
falls
like,
Sitting there
ah,
having a
he's
conversation.
asleep now.
Oh, actually, can you pass me the eggs? Cole, the eggs.
And you just see him. You just
the
see him like,
eggs.
yeah, he just poofs. He finally lost like, yeah. He
Concentration.
It says nightly ritual is to try and maintain. That's when you know he's finally asleep. I just tire
Oh.
myself
Count
out.
sheep.
Oh, he's in REM cycle now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, look at him. He thinks he's multiple people.
Man, that heart to heart meant nothing. It wasn't even the real one. Right.
Aw.
Yeah, the whole time you guys were like sitting here talking, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and then you just hear the.
I just realized that Cole is our very own Mr. Meeseeks.
Yeah. I Mr. Basics.
Existence is pain.
Oh, so relatable.
Gee, Jerry.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we presumably should probably have someone on watch. So we'll take the first watch.
Maddox will join.
Okay. Alrighty. So
Sir won't protest.
Friendship lasts
He'll allow it.
forever.
alrighty.
Just spikes Zer like a football.
Yeah. So just jumps up and expects to be like grabbed. Yeah. No. Not quite.
Are we playing the music from Dirty Dancing now?
Yes.
I imagine
better,
Sarah just
though.
like sitting
More
on
dignified.
Maddox's head like a meerkat. Just keeping watch.
Definitely.
I mean, it is a tactical vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's true. All right. So as you go outside and start to take a peek around, finding a spot where you can kind of keep an eye out on the tent and your surroundings, go ahead and make a perception check as the day starts to heat up a little bit.
16 for me.
13.
16. You can see the Duna have kind of made themselves comfortable and kind of nested and sheltered themselves from the heat and the under the like shaded outcroppings of some stones. You can see as they curl up and snuggle into the dirt a little bit, halfway submerging their bodies into the sand. They almost appear as boulders themselves set amongst the rocky ground around you. And it
So
is
admires them. It's like, Yeah. Natural stealthy. Naturally stealthy. Yes.
Yep. But other than that, it is a quiet watch.
Hey.
And there seems to be no other interruptions. So as your watch comes to an end, we'll just do 3 watches, it's fine. All right. Who would like to take the third one? Or second, sorry, second.
I'll do it. Beryl
Okay.
and Mercury.
Okay. I mean, you could also just have Mercury go do it. I mean,
That's
it's up
true. I'll just have him sit up on that rock.
Okay. As a meerkat.
His neck
Glinting
extends a little.
starts swiveling around like some sort of poltergeist robot
Oh,
as the dead.
It just turns
Imagine
into
it-
a periscope that leads into the tent.
I was thinking like a wolf on the cliff, but instead it's like robot wolves, like oh,
Yeah.
oh.
The
Yeah.
this robotic owl.
Wait, how would that be?
Desert.
Not suspicious at all.
Oh yeah, I mean, the desert is full of robots. That's what I hear.
Beryl's half asleep. She says, "I never programmed that."
Is that the Duna 2.0?
It's learning.
I was gonna say you don't want this party to find out you have like a parrot sitting on your robot dog. Gonna be real bad.
All right. Okay. So,
Mercury, don't fail us now. I shouldn't have said that.
don't fail us now.
Oh, am I rolling for Mercury?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, so that's gonna be 11.
11. Mercury sits in the sweltering heat of the day. The horizon kind of does that little like wavy heat wave thing in the distance where it seems like mirages of water appear in the distance before disappearing as the very sparse clouds that had been there overnight like completely evaporate during the day and are completely gone, minus the hazy sneeze infested sandstorm that's blowing up dust, not too far off from where you have camp. And you can see that the wind, or Mercury sees that the wind just kind of carries some of that light dust, and it just kind of makes it seem as if this sandstorm is traveling, but it just creates that like little trail of dust off into the distance. But quiet, hot day. A couple of birds of prey kind of circling high in the distance, but oh, whoa, no, that's not the one. But other than that, nothing of danger, nothing of note. And so the second, we could also just have him roll through this to the last watch too, or because he doesn't get tired, right?
Yeah, he can do that.
Okay.
And then I'll also stay with Mercury for the third watch,
Okay.
just since I've been sleeping through 2 watches already.
Alrighty. So on that last watch then, Cole, you take your long rest as you sleep soundly. Josie, you awaken a little earlier than expected, and seeing that Mercury is still outside, you go ahead and join him for the last kind of peering outside. It is, you touch the top of his head, psst, you could probably boil an egg on the top of Mercury at the moment.
Oh shit.
Boil an egg on Mercury. I'm pretty sure you can.
He's got that
Actually, I feel like he comes with his own skillet.
Oh man, I got my
He's-
cooking utensils.
His mother was a toaster oven.
Oh no!
His father was a Samsung Galaxy.
Damn.
That sounds about right. All right, so third watch, go ahead and roll again for perception. Either do it separately or with someone with advantage, whichever you prefer.
I'll do with advantage.
Okay. I got a 20 this time.
26.
On the die.
Nice. 26
And
Nice.
28.
28. So far, nothing seems to have changed in the outside of this area. The sun starts slowly moving down into the horizon towards the end of your shift, but the Duna occasionally get up from their shade to kind of move to another position as they kind of shift with the shadows as they move across the desert floor, but the sandstorm just blows on. You come to the end of your third and final watch. Everyone takes a long rest, then starts to wake up just as the sun is starting to disappear into the horizon. And that is where we're going to take a break. So,
Okey-dokey.
we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we'll see what awaits our peoples. What awaits our crew in the next half.
Brave heroes.
Our yes,
champions.
champions.
Of justice. What's good in this world? I can't even say it.
The Duna.
Oh no. All right. We are back and ready to roll. Everyone's in the same. Nope. Wait. Oh no. I had.
We switched
No.
around.
No, you're good. For
Sound
I
on?
think.
Yeah.
No. The sound is on. Everyone can hear. But I think I just realized that Josie and Maddox were in the wrong spot, but that's fine. I just moved them. All right. So
You have 8 jobs.
I know. Come on, get it together.
Yeah, we're just sitting here on our butts, directing.
All right.
Come
Like
on,
construction work.
Get your shit. You get it together. All in
Just
the
put it in a bag.
So it's together. Sell it to like a shit store or something, but getting it together.
Oh man. Frickin' Morty, I swear. All right. So, as you guys, Josie, as you sit there with a superheated Mercury, whose head has kind of just been slowly swiveling around, you're finding the little spot in the shade as you watch the sun set in the distance. The heat waves causing the sun to almost appear to ripple as it slowly disappears and sinks below the horizon. You know that it is time. And as you get together and get inside the tent, you can see that your comrades are indeed stirring from their respective slumbers. And you guys awaken fully rested and ready to go.
Sir's pile is next to Maddox's bed. So, I would have waddled in after and just like paused at the like doorstep for a second, but then if not hearing a no, he would say, yeah, that's basically confirmation, and then he'll like put his stuff there.
Wow, silence is not consent.
Look, he's lying on the floor, not going in bed, right? Like,
Yeah, seems fair.
like curled up.
Maddox uses
Occasionally
you like
kicking.
I was gonna say is like as you wake up and you like start to
Steps
step
on it.
out of the bed.
Crunch.
No.
And that
I
was
just
the
imagine Maddox's is just like a nice pile of everything folded immaculately, just like placed for maximum efficiency, getting up, taking the least amount of time, and then there's just the thing. Looks down and there's just this pile of things like just rolled around.
Mud and dirt and
Yeah,
grime
like-
and things hanging from things that he didn't have.
Yeah, like,
yeah.
Is that a leather tanning kit? What is going on here?
And just
Where did this mini fridge come from?
the slightest smell of popcorn for some reason.
Everything smells like butter.
Is that barbecue Pringles? Like,
Oh no.
Just crumbs.
Yeah. All right.
there you go. Save them for later.
What are you guys doing?
I'm
Maddox
gonna
will.
pull out. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Maddox will just sort of like tiptoe over to sleeping Zur to go and just start working on breakfast.
Okay. You see that somehow during your sleep, the table is still laden with food. Ladled. It is still ladled with food.
Little.
Little ladled. It is little ladled with food. You guys can sit and munch while everyone kind of starts waking up, starts putting their gear and armor and bits on. Put your bits on. All right, what are you guys doing?
Go in
I'm
and
going
shake.
to
Sorry, I
start
keep interrupting.
setting up. I'm gonna start setting up Plan B, and so I'm gonna take out my portable hole that's in my inventory
Mm-hmm.
and put my ball bearings in that hole, along with a flask of oil. Like empty the flask of oil in it, and then I fold it nice and back up into a hanger ship and put it in my pocket.
Alrighty. Interesting. And what about everybody else?
I was gonna go check on Zur, and if he's still asleep, kind of just do the dad lift carry and kind of just bring him towards breakfast to let him figure it
I
out.
was gonna say,
You get just a giant spatula and just like just pick it up as a
there,
group.
there is a spatula sticking out of the pile, but it's
Oh.
not giant. It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
But they're just like you grab the pile. He's clearly awake, but he's just like lying there.
Just
You
lying
know,
in a
and-
warm pile of laundry, that kind of thing.
Actually, you will see that, like, the set of clothes he has on is actually completely clean now. There's no trace of dirt or blood on it at all. And he'll just, how are you? He's like, no, it's all right. I'll pack it myself. And it's like comes out of the pile. Like, all right. Let's like take out a little bag and let's just start stuffing everything into it. Just like, and there's like a pot that he had slept on, and like a bottle. There's just all kinds of there's a basket he tries to get in there. It's really hard. And he's like,
Expired carton of milk.
it's just like,
with
for
Zur's
some
face on it.
he has a magical bag that can hold all its stuff, but he likes to sleep on it, so he has to like put it in and out. That's what he starts to do. He's like, I'll be there in some time.
Perfect.
It shouldn't take long.
Shoveling it on.
Uses the foot to like.
All right.
Uses that immovable rod. Just
So then he come out and sit and crawl up on the table and eat breakfast.
And Beryl's gonna wake up, take off her sleeping mask, and stand in front of the mirror with her arms out, while Mercury goes ahead and reattaches the armor where it needs to go.
Nice.
And then back
I
to
want the cuts to be like side. Like first you have like
Kinda
Beryl
like-
all stylish, and then we switch back to Sir's like.
like had have like the
Back to-
valets in Downton
Yeah.
Abbey,
Yeah.
like that.
Except they're assembling an Iron Man.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really cool and stylish, and then we have this like.
Bow wow, sir. Bow wow, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a killer.
Kill it. All right.
Yeah, I just got up, rolled my bag up, and then just started sitting on the couch. Or no, went to probably to the table where the food is. I probably woke up fairly early. Not
Okay.
super early, but early enough to be awake and just enjoying the meal. Waiting for everyone to get out so I can figure out what was done. Or
Perfect.
if anything happened or whatever.
All right. So you guys gather around the table, all your stuff gathered and assembled, and you start munching to get on with the night's activities. As now you can see that it is getting dark outside. The temperature within the tent stays the same. I think it was one of the things. It's always comfortable inside. But the occasional breeze that comes through the tent, you can feel that the temperature is already starting to drop.
Mm.
What are you guys doing?
Well,
Getting out of the tent.
mhm. Looks like everyone's ready. We should start heading out as soon as possible. Zer, would you be kind enough to lead us through that tunnel, please?
Yes, of course. Just like grab another like sweet roll or whatever. Like, far out. I mean, he doesn't need armor or anything. He's ready. He got up and put his shit in the back and he's ready to go now.
All
Yeah,
right.
just go outside.
Okay.
Like, turn around. Like, we should probably leave the Duna or take them with us. We can try and park them out in front if you want a quick escape, but it might also warn other people that we're here.
I agree. We should let them go.
Yes.
We
If the
do
worst
have to
happens,
scroll.
we do have a way out. It'd be best if we just let them go right now.
Oh yes, the thing.
Mhm.
And Maddox will start to see about taking off the. My English is failing me. The saddles. And
Okay.
all that.
Yeah,
Hey,
several,
welcome to
like-
my life.
Feed them like
Words don't
Take some
exist
water.
anymore. Nothing has meaning.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have sound issues. No words.
Oh goodness.
Can you have
Wow, wow,
wacky
wow.
inspiration?
Inspiration.
I don't know if
Ouch.
zinging the DM counts for inspirational activities, but
I don't know. It's not only Mercury that's burning here.
On a scale of 1 to an Austin 10,
I'm
how
just gonna
worried
give
are you
myself
for a barrel right
inspiration.
now?
Or for Beryl. It's like, oh god.
I don't know.
It's
I
okay,
feel
DM.
like
I'm just gonna go ahead and give myself inspiration.
I'm just gonna click this little button over here.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
sure it'll be
it's-
fine.
No, as a scholar, I grade the papers, so A plus.
I feel like when it comes to styling in the battlefield, it's Maddox and Beryl, and Maddox comes out like that guy from Megamind, Metro Man,
Yeah.
all big and
Oh my
hulky,
god,
and then
yes.
Beryl's just like sassily moves him to the side, like, but you lack something. Presentation. And comes out like,
I love that.
That is a great analogy.
she can do anything she wants.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you guys exit the tent. You say the magic word. The tent begins to refold itself. You slip it into your bag, ready to go. And you
I
guys
saw
make your
that look.
as you guys start to follow Zur as he walks over to the rock outcropping where the cave entrance is located.
Yeah.
And make a investigation check.
Would that be for everyone? Or is there?
For Zur.
Mm-hmm.
Josie,
Oof, nope. The 9.
What were you gonna say, Maddox?
since you were last here, they could have realized that someone had ventured inside. It may be prudent to look for traps before we venture all the way through.
I believe Zer brushed away any tracks that he had left.
Traps, sorry.
Yeah, just to check for traps.
Yeah,
Oh,
never
sorry.
heard.
Are we at the cave entrance?
You are you are kind of following Zur. Zur's kind of walking along the edges. You're hurrying a little. It took you a little bit longer to find it than the last time, as it just kind of blends in so well from a more direct route than you had taken. As you kind of passed it like once or twice before, everyone's kind of starting to wonder if you knew where you were going, as you kind of like, wait, nope, it's over here. Wait, no,
Yeah.
I think it's more this way. But eventually you do find it, And upon seeing the entrance, you do see that it is hidden with like an overhang of one rock, so that you kind of can't see it from head on. You kind of have to come in at a certain angle to see that the rocks kind of just like overlap just enough to where there is space to navigate into, and it turns into this little passageway deep into the rock.
What me and Zer were thinking for our plan is me and Zer can travel ahead maybe 20, 30 yards, and we'll have some sort of signal for y'all if we need y'all to come up further, kind of stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna like while they're doing that, I'm gonna spend like a little bit of time trying to like memorize the entrance and like where
Okay.
it all is. Like
Okay.
not exactly where it is on the map or whatever, but I want to.
Right.
I'm visually trying to remember exactly what it looks like.
Okay, make a general perception check, I guess, as you're kind of mapping out the surroundings around that rock.
Yeah. I guess this is just for how long it takes me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, it's gonna take me forever.
What did you get?
A natural 1.
Yeah. You are fairly confident that you have mapped out every single rock, nook, and cranny in this general vicinity. You got
Rocks,
this.
sand. I mean, it could not be anywhere but here if I think of those two things.
Yeah. You are good. All right.
As we're going, I want to. Let's see. I want to cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
Okay.
All right. So Beryl's just gonna lower her goggles, and then like, it just says initializing for 10 minutes as it takes effect.
This is like a DOS game. It just takes forever to load.
It's like, give me a minute. It takes a while to boot. Let's see.
All right. Well, we might as well skirt ahead. Meanwhile,
All right. So two of you make a stealth check for me, please.
Sir will first cast Pass Without a Trace and give us a +10 to stealth checks.
All right. So as you cast Pass Without a Trace, the shadows seem to cling to you a little strongly. If you have.
If I have the green A, is it already going to give me the advantage on that, or is it?
No, it just means you roll advantage whenever you do it.
Okay.
But you still have to click it.
16. Wow.
Or-
Yes. Yeah. So when you right click it, it'll give you the option to roll with advantage, disadvantage, or regular.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Well, good thing I did it with the advantage because
Yeah,
I only got,
you got a 2
16.
and a 6.
Oh,
Very lucky.
Oof.
super.
Well, that's 11 plus 10, so 21.
21. All right. Awesome. Not too bad. Josie, as you like start to step carefully into the passageway that you're going down, you can feel it slowly start to descend further and further down. You knew Zer was kind of trailing along by your side, and when you look around, you just there's Zer's occasionally pops up in like a shadowed corner. It looks very like almost creepy as you like look into the darkness, and then you just see like the light of her eyes just kind of his eyes
You
just
see
kind of
something
catching.
crawling on the ceiling.
Yeah, just like Zer's got Batman eyes, just like the white just glows in the dark and then just disappears and then reappears a little bit later. All right, so you guys continue down, keeping ahead of the rest of them.
To backtrack, before me and Zer went ahead, I attached a little rope to like my pack, or just whatever's on me, really, I guess. And it should be about a 50-foot long rope, if I believe. And so, if something happened, we can just kind of tug it to be silent. And then I also have a bell if we need to be loud. So, like, that's a ocean emergency call.
Okay.
For me?
No. Since me and you are together, technically, I guess, even though I can't see you, the rope is just we'll tug it if we need them to come up, but quietly, and then I have a bell that I can just like ding, 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 and that's get your ass up here and kill something.
Well,
All
you're
right.
the rope man then.
So
Yeah.
you stay 50 feet ahead of everybody then as you like let that full length of rope go out, and then the rest of you kind of follow along behind whoever is holding onto the rope on the other end.
I guess I'll hold on to it. Although there is a constant battle of willpower to just be like, I could just pull that cord now and just flop them onto the ground.
Yeet behind
You
them.
know, remember how when we started, you were like, I'm going to consider getting like child leashes for everybody. You literally wound up leashing yourself, Josie. He didn't even have to do it. You literally gave him a leash, a child
Well, that's a good
safety leash.
idea. We're
What?
crossing dangerous roads here. We need guidance.
Look both ways, sweetie.
Guy.
Oh, all right. So, as you continue further and further down, those of you following behind on the rope, you feel that it stays at least a little taut as you kind of eventually manage to keep pace with each other, not tight, pulling too tightly, but not sticking too close. And I need you two who are scouting to go make perception checks for me.
$22.
Very
I rolled the
nice.
fucking nat 1, so 10.
Dang. I don't know how you do this, but you do it.
This better not happen in combat.
You get them,
That day.
get them
Get
all
them out
out.
now.
Yeah, I was like, get them out now. Just get them out now.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
not gonna be able to hit it in combat, but right now, good.
I shouldn't gamble. Like, I bet
Right.
it's gonna clear up soon.
They took my kids.
As you continue down along the path, you do feel that this does indeed start to sink lower and lower, descending gradually at first and then getting eventually a little steeper and a little steeper. You start to see that the ground even has what appears to be very crudely carved steps that kind of lead in a pathway as it continues downwards. Let me see. The further down you go, you also hear the gentle like rumble that would be wherever you're imagining that what's it called?
Whatever is being dug
Yes.
out. Excited.
The kind of you hear just rolling above you is that sandstorm. You're kind of just passing beneath it. A couple of times you'll see it is completely dark, which also begs the question: how are you guys finding your way as it's currently pitch black inside? I know you have dark vision.
Both of us have dark vision.
You both have dark vision. Okay, okay.
Do I? Let me see. Do gnomes have it?
I have dark
Maddox
vision for
does.
60.
Maddox does. Okay.
Where would I see that? My character.
Rachel?
At your senses.
Racial traits. Yeah, I have 60 feet dark vision.
Perfect. I think Cole then is the only one that might not have dark vision.
Yep, I can't see diddly.
So it is currently pitch black for you.
One
So
hand, Maddox has the rope. The other hand, he just has Cole's hand. Just
Come along,
this
sweetie.
way.
and just like the blind person just has the hand on your shoulder, although the hand on the shoulder would be like reaching up.
And then you just see two other Coles behind Cole.
Yeah.
It's just like a conga line of Coles.
6 eyes and you can't
Like
see.
They're
one of
again.
those-
Imagine that.
Those paper cuts where it's like when you fold it out, it's just man holding hands, holding hands.
Yeah,
holding
yeah,
hands.
yeah, yeah. That's just all the Coles. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so you managed to go for 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. You go quite a distance in and down before eventually reaching what feels like where it levels off. It no longer seems to be descending. And now the cave itself has opened up into a wider, more cavernous space. It's probably about a good 40 to 50 feet wide as it just kind of opens up into this big hollowed out section. There's no stalagmites or stalactites hanging down. It's just open space, but you can see the walls on each side and this like roughly hewn floor that kind of stretches on into the edges of your vision, but it continues going forward. And eventually,
no sign of any people yet.
Nothing yet. You've been like looking through here. It's still okay. You'll see the footprints. There's less dust down this far down, and it seems more just like rock. So you lose track of a lot of the footprints that you've been following, but they had continued up until this point.
All right.
Probably about like 20 feet in front of you, you can see that there's like sections of what appears to have been like wall or ceiling that have collapsed, and there's just like piles of little rubble here and there. But that's about it.
So they would be taller than the floor that we're on, those piles?
Yes. Yeah, they pile up probably a good 5 or so feet.
All right. So we'll basically tap his head, and Josie will hear in his head, like, I'll go scout ahead. I'll go up on those piles, see what I can see, and tell you. He'll just swing his little cape, and he'll fly up on the pile.
You hear this fluttering of what sounds like almost like bat wings. It's like,
Yeah.
it was like fabric flies up into the air.
Materializes again.
Yeah.
In the distant background, you can hear.
You can hear that in your mind as the story is telling you.
Like,
You also hear that sound?
I literally thought you were doing the chicken dance song.
Yeah, that's what I got from it at first.
And then I realized I was like, why is he doing the chicken dance song? Oh yeah, it's the Batman one. No.
What do my night dark vision see?
As you take a look around in the space, you can see ahead that the walls kind of start closing into another passageway. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
You will. Perception. Oof. That is a 10.
You can see that near where the passageway kind of continues, there is a shift from the scene of your dark vision to where you can see that there does seem to be some light that comes from around the corner. Not a lot, but just a little, to where it's like you can tell it's not completely pitch black like you have been seeing up until this point. You can see that in that passageway, as it kind of curves around to the left, there's a little bit of a brightness coming from that direction.
All right, yeah. So I will relay the message basically to Josie. Like, all right, up ahead, we have a bigger area of these piles of junk, ruin, whatever, and a new passage in. But it has light. We might be expecting company in there. And and then he'll just go vanish up there and appear next to Josie again.
All right.
behind me, like.
You can't. When he's talking to you in your mind, you can't answer in mentally as well.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
What are you using to communicate?
Message. Cantrip.
Perfect. I love it.
120 feet.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
good. He's like, great. It's just great.
And yeah.
Maddox, you notice that there's been no more movement from up ahead.
How far are they away?
They
You
are
said like
50 feet behind you guys. Because that's the
Is
length
the-
of the rope.
pathway straight.
Yeah, it's just like this big open cavern area that kind of the bottom passage kind of feeds down into, and then it goes for about 50 or 60 feet that forward, about 30 or 40
Okay.
feet wide, and then
Yeah.
that kind of just makes it's almost like this is this big room that kind of then turns into another passageway. But
Yeah.
there's just that rubble that's kind of fallen in this area.
Yeah. If the others are not like back in like a bending way or whatever, he'll basically relay the same message to Maddox about the terrain after like maybe Josie's like he looks at Josie and he's like, oh yeah, we haven't moved. And he's like, oh yeah,
It was the rope.
that's probably a good idea.
I have a cup on the end of the rope. It's like, hey, Maddox.
Do
That's
you
not
like me?
how it
Check
works.
yes or no.
All right.
Fellows, no.
No.
just
Echo.
yanks the cord there, so he just
Whips
falls on
the
his back.
rope,
What do you
just-
think?
Just
my
imagine
God.
whipping the rope and it's like, boom.
Oh.
So what is the exact message? It's
He'll relay that like terrain, basically like, okay, we're what was it, 50 feet ahead. Then we'd be like, they're up here, there's a bigger room, ruins around, and then it turns into a passageway further ahead. But in that passageway I do see light, so we might be expecting company soon. Do we want to try and lure them out in the ruins and ambush them, or do we just proceed and use the choke point as tunnels?
I assume I'm speaking aloud, so that the others can hear in order for Zur to hear it, right?
No, you can speak in mental.
Okay. Contact me in 1 minute, and he will relay the information back to the ones so that they can hear it as well. Cole and his many clones.
You've got a small army.
Zur's going to get back to me shortly, so that I can relay to him. Do we want to move up, or do we want to lure everything back here?
I can't see anything.
There
So
is
unless
that.
you want to get errantly hit with something,
Going
So
out
you'll-
would give us more room to maneuver in.
either way, unless they are lighting themselves up, you know, I don't know how well I'm gonna do right now with combat. Also,
Do you have any spells that provide light?
nope.
I
Maybe
do.
in there.
I just didn't want to cast any light in order. It would give our position away. So when
Yeah,
we need it,
exactly.
I
Yeah,
have
that's
it.
kind of what I thought too. Yeah, might as. I mean, I'm fine being blind. It's just. Also, did Zerd like say what kind of light source it was, or just that saw a light?
Actually,
'Cause
yeah.
what if it's the exit?
Did
It's
Zur
just-
say that?
Solid
I don't remember
night.
now.
No, just saw light.
Yeah.
From what I understand, just light, which could be any number of things.
Hmm.
And any minute now, we should be getting a.
Yeah, this is like several have like
I mean, we
Done
might
yet?
as well press where
I
the
say
real
we
light
press
is.
onward as well.
What did Zur say?
you done yet?
We'll be moving forward. Keep us apprised if anything changes.
All right. And he'll Josie. All right, they're coming up. And I'll go back up, and he'll go back up on the pile, like look ahead.
All right. So you kind of just follow the rope. Josie, you can feel it being pulled taut as Maddox kind of like comes up to where you guys are at.
Hear them. These two perfectly still creatures, and it's like
make stealth checks as you guys are moving quietly through the cavern.
I will say, when they come to me, they will be covered by my pass without trace. But before then,
did you cast it on the group before you left, or?
I think it's an area of effect, isn't it?
Yeah, within 30 feet of me.
Well,
I
this is
can't
gonna be fun.
diddly.
I mean, that's technically fine. Because it's only 20 feet, and then...
I was gonna say, maybe Sir hears them for like 10 feet, and he's like, nope, I'll come back here.
All right. Yeah, you can...
A little bit.
Wow, not bad for disadvantage. A 17 Beryl. Good job. At least you're not...
Her sound is masked by the others.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can hear them coming closer towards you as the armor starts kind of clanking on stone, and you're just like, oh shit, and you move back, and the shadows that kind of aid your passing to keep you quiet now kind of soften Maddox's footsteps a little bit, so where it's not as loud.
Yeah. He'll say like say it like whisper like, I'm coming here. Me, sir.
Yeah, we'll turn that 2 into a 12 and the 6 into a 16 with that extra 10 that you guys get. Now at this range, those of you who are looking through the dark and kind of sneaking up to the fallen walls or fallen rock, basically, that Zur had perched up upon, you can see that the cave does turn into a passageway, and then just kind of as it curves off, there is like just the faintest of light that seems to be coming from that direction. But it doesn't appear to be moving.
Like, it doesn't seem to sort of like have a flicker, like, you know, candlelight dancing on a wall kind of thing.
Make a perception check for that level of detail. Let's see what you see. Let's see what your ASMR eyes see.
Not a lot. 11.
Hard to tell from this distance. It's still very faint. It doesn't seem to be moving much if it is, but you don't know how much of it is you're just straining to see in this super dim light or what it is. But it doesn't seem to be... Maybe it does move a little. It's hard to tell.
I relay what I don't really see.
What are you guys doing? As you guys are all gathered up.
I can go a little further ahead and see if it's a passageway or maybe a light source.
Okay.
How far is it away from us?
About 40 feet up from where this pile of stone is before you get to the wall where it turns into a passageway.
Maddox will sort of gesture to the rope. Should I still be holding on to this?
Might as well.
All right.
I'm making my way over there.
Josie, because you sneak closer, go ahead and make another stealth check for me.
19.
Nice. At this point, as you are approaching, quietly patting, as you like sneak over in that direction, you get to where the walls, the walls kind of meet together to create that passageway, and you listen carefully into the sounds coming from the passage. At this distance, you can see that there is a little bit of a flicker of movement, as if it is indeed coming from some sort of flame.
That bastard was right.
You start to peer into or go into the passageway to see what's around the corner.
Yes.
Yeah? All right, go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
16.
16. Kind of edging your way along the wall, you peer around the corner as best as you can, and you hear coming from around the side, just out of view. You hear it before you see it.
Cool.
Like,
And as you peer around the corner, you can see, leaning against the wall on a chair, this armored hobgoblin is just kind of leaning back on the wall, just snoring, as there's like a torchlight that is hanging in a holster set into the wall.
And with that, let me see what I can do.
Let's see if I'm gonna switch this to.
Exsanguinate the poor guy.
probably not
Yes,
a lot
I
of
want to
stuff.
assassinate this little freak in nature.
Oh wow, that's rude.
That's the damn thing.
But well, I hate them. Anyway, but are we still using message?
That will probably poke you.
I was gonna say, because at this point, message only works if Zer messages you first. That's how you can reply.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
But depending on how long you've been there, he will might poke you.
I would say, Zer, you're able to see that Josie has reached the edge and is peering around the corner. So.
Oh yeah, because she does have dark vision.
Yeah. He'll poke you. What do you see? What do you see?
I see a hobgoblin guard up ahead. He's currently sleeping, so I will make that eternal for him. I start sneaking over to him.
Yeah, this is Roger.
So he's gonna go commit a murder.
It's not murder, it's euthanize.
Whoa! That sounded so much worse. All right, so as the hobgoblin rests there, sleeping, not moving, you sneak up. Make a stealth check for me one more time. So you try to sneak up to him.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace.
Just step on the top of the head and
28.
install a gear shift.
Ooh,
Oh no.
it's perfect.
28, baby.
Dang.
Oh my god.
All right. So, without a sound, the assassin Josie sneaks up carefully, quietly. What are you going to do?
I am going to... I just want to use my longsword.
Okay. You're just
I
going
want to, since he's sleeping, I'll just kind of be in front of him Just kind of hoist it right where his. I don't know where a hobgoblin's heart would be, but.
Well, he has armor,
Maybe-
so he does have armor on. So you might want to pick a spot that's.
Oh, maybe like a neck
Under the chin.
right there,
Mhm.
Yeah.
like right under it, and then I'm just gonna like lean and put my weight on there like I fell. Because I like to
Alright.
have fun.
Sure. So you just like fall forward. Go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage because he is asleep.
So if he's unconscious, do I remember right that it's an auto crit?
I think so. Yes.
Oh, auto hit. Oh, sorry.
No.
Not
Well,
auto
no.
hit, auto crit.
Auto crit.
The one thing I would point out is that with a longsword, you won't get sneak attack on top of it because it's not a finesse weapon.
Oh, then I'll use a dagger then. That's easy.
All right.
Then I shall roll for dagger then.
I do feel like sneak attack is extremely thematic right here.
19.
It's
is
just literally sneaking in.
19. 19 hits. Yeah.
Well, that's good. I'd
So
be sad
now
if I missed.
it would be really funny as you're like
Just
falling
falls
forward
and
with a
just
dagger.
misses him and just fell on top of him while
You're
he's
just like,
sleeping.
hi, as he wakes up, eyed face to face.
Fancy meeting you here.
You were having a bad dream.
So the dagger plunges into his throat. Go ahead and roll your sneak attack damage. So it's an extra 4d6.
Should I roll the crit hit first? Or does it matter?
Sure.
Well, your sneak attack's going to be crit as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, this guy's so
Yeah.
dead.
And as an assassin, you're an assassin, right?
Technically.
No.
No.
I don't think.
What's your subclass?
Did you-
I think is what he's
No.
asking about.
Did
Yeah,
you
your
not
subclass.
Oh no, for my.
for your rogue?
Was he not here when I explained?
Maybe not.
You silly goose. Oh yeah, because no one told you the time to be here that first time, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
a swashbuckler.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh.
A swashbuckler. Okay.
And you said which one? You said D6, right?
It's 4. Yeah. Well, roll your. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Don't worry about it because there is no way that you're gonna roll under the hit points that this guy has. Like
But
the odds of you
Roll it for fun, though. I
Just
wanna
roll
see
it,
it.
yeah.
Do
Yes,
it.
So for the dagger, you roll a critical hit.
Mhm.
so 46 roll. An 11. And then I also got an 11 crit for the dagger.
So what? That's 22 points at that point. Yeah. As you sneak up and you take the dagger out, and you just kind of carefully move forward and then let your weight rest and fall. You put your hand over the mouth of the hobgoblin as your blade sticks into his neck. For the briefest of moments, his eyes shoot open in surprise, pain, and you can hear him like struggling to like yell,
I just
but there's
punched
just
down
the
lower on
blood.
his mouth.
Yeah, the blood just kind of like starts pooling around your hand as it like falls over his chest.
Yeah,
He is
I'm gonna whisper
gone.
something into the little hobgoblin's ear in his final moments because I want him to go out with a bang and something that he should enjoy. Free real estate.
What the hell?
He
I
keeps
did not
like,
get the
"No." He's
reference.
like,
I'm
"Oh."
sorry.
Free real estate.
Oh my
He
god.
died happy.
We're just
Wow.
confused.
Yeah. What if he didn't
Student
get your
loans are being paid right
reference?
now.
You're just like, what happened? What was I doing?
He's not even a thing. He's just like a subcontractor that was hired to do like the excavation. He's
Yeah.
got a family. He was one
he's
day from
100
retroretirement.
100% has a family.
just like,
Every person
Blink if
has.
you're awake. Blink if you're awake in the eyes.
Yep.
No.
The body goes
No.
the body goes limp in your hands.
And
What are you
then I'll tug the rope so they start coming.
You get the little.
It's not an innuendo.
No, what I mean is, wasn't that more of like a panic kind of thing?
No. Like to tug the rope was just let y'all know
To move forward.
Okay. Yeah.
Bell
But
was
the bell I have
Right.
is,
Right.
come kill somebody.
Gotcha. All right, you guys move forward and around as you feel the rope tug. You move to that edge there.
So it looks regretfully up at Maddox. You know, he really wants it to be up there, but he feels like he's better utilized on his own small claw feet right now.
I mean, you might be scraping the ceiling.
Oh, it's not that small. He's having to crouch down. You come
Yeah,
around.
he's getting that like full Hunchback of Notre Dame back by the end of this.
You as you come around the corner,
Like
you can
trying
see
to dodge the stalagmite thing.
you can see that there was a little guard post with a chair, a now slumped over dead hobgoblin, and a torch with Josie there standing over the body, just kind of like cleaning the blood off of his blade before sticking it back in his belt.
Can I search the hobgoblin to see if he has any useful trinkets or whatnot, since he was a guard?
Sure. You look, make an investigation check.
Multipass.
Investigation.
Multipass.
A 12.
12. You find on his person that he's got two daggers of decent steel. You find there's like a little coin purse there that's got about 50 pieces of silver in it. And a ring of 5 keys.
Then I will snag those up, definitely.
And I'll lock it with a picture of his sweetie.
It's
And
Some
kids,
beautiful, nasty-looking hobgoblin wife.
yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you guys are now, Cole, for the first time in a little bit, you're able to see. You kind of squint to the torchlight, but you have torchlight lighting the visage of Josie over the dead hobgoblin. What are you guys doing?
Does this guy look like he
putting
was
my
wearing
hand up.
Thayan gear?
Looking over at the body, I would say he does have red wizard, or not. Yeah, he does have the like Thane armor on.
Hey,
Sir?
Josie! Josie!
What's up?
Hand.
Hello.
No, hand. Like
kind of
a
hand?
high five.
Oh.
He just moves it closer. For like,
Like,
good job. Oh, that. Oh, okay.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just trying to add all my money.
All right, what are you guys doing?
just man, Josie's literally just like counting the silver, like, and so it's like, yo, man, I was like,
High fiving you. I was high fiving you.
grumble. Yeah,
Or
you know.
far too small to be left hanging.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus.
You already have inspiration. You can't get 2.
So what you're saying is that
They
would
don't-
qualify.
It probably would. It may have
It's not a
qualified.
competition, but if it was,
Wait, don't you need to have a hanging inspiration?
No. All right. So,
The
lose your
buzzer
inspiration
done
for that.
sounded, my friend.
all right. So, what are you guys doing?
moving,
Moving forward.
right?
Um,
Yeah,
All right.
I'll
same. Like
assume the
1
position.
or 2 people scouting ahead.
I look at the body and I tell Josie, "Good job, Josie. The Harpers don't know what they're missing."
Oh, I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yes.
Yep. Write it down and enjoy it because that was it. You get 1.
a quick memory clip of just Beryl being like, Josie, Josie.
I just
Josie?
stand like this.
It's just basking it.
Don't worry, guys. I just want to remember this moment first.
That is the source of Josie's inspiration now.
Yeah. The one time he was proud of him. All right. So,
Dad.
continuing along, you see that this passage mirrors almost the other passage that you had started in that it becomes more where you kind of have to walk single file, following along this pathway. Do you take the torch with you or leave it behind? That's
I leave it up to the party. Like, I can't see, but it's up to you if you want to maintain the.
If somebody in the back wants to keep hold of a torch, or I also have a lantern of my possession.
Does Cole have a weapon?
Yes, I do. I have a longsword.
Quick thing I can do. Cole, can you take out the sword real quick?
Certainly. Yep. Unsheath the sword.
And he's going to reach out, touch the flat of the blade, and cast light. And you can sheath the sword when you don't want to be seen, and then take it out when you need to actually see something.
Okay. What does it do?
It is a light source. It's basically just a torch.
Yeah. So
what's the range? I just don't know the range on it off the top of my head. Sorry.
The
Should be
object
like 20
sheds
feet,
bright light, and 20 feet radius. Bright light for a 20 feet radius, and then dim light for an additional 20.
So
perfect.
you could almost you could sheath it and then just kind of barely have it out enough to where you have like a little dim light around your immediate vicinity. Perfect.
The Frodo sword.
All right. So as Zur and Josie continue to make their way forward, inching along this little winding pathway, you can feel the air shift a little bit. As there's like a little bit of a breeze coming towards you. Just enough. And within probably another 15 to 20 feet as you come around the corner, you see night-filled open air as you have exited out inside or outside of this cavern area. Make a perception check for me as you reach the edges of this tunnel.
21.
21.
Fucking 13. What am I rolling?
Is this for everybody?
You did murder that guy horrendously with a nat 20 to sneak up and then murder him.
Well, that's only for actions.
Yeah, I gotta step away for 1 minute.
All right, you're good.
Okay. I do think we're scouting ahead, so.
As you reach the edges of the cavern, you look out and see around you the night sky is indeed like it is dark still outside. But you find yourselves within the quarry of the ruins of Manevis. Far above you, the sky is this tumultuous sandstorm that's just covers the entirety of the horizon over this quarry space. Occasionally, those same little tracks of static electricity course across the sky, kind of giving this eerie flash to the ruins around you. The space itself is only a few hundred feet across. It is not a very large space from where you're at, the area where you're at. But you do see that there is a bit of what appears to have been part of that archway that you guys had been like roaming around back on the outside is now kind of leaning down. And to your right, you can see as this quarry is only where you're at is only a couple hundred feet across. It opens up to where you can see large pyramids, a scattering of buildings, and even more that appear to be half buried into the walls of the quarry itself. And the far distance, a tall column-lined building sits half buried into the furthest, or it would be the most northern section of this quarry itself. To your left, which would be the southern section, you see a small encampment surrounded by wooden, sharp logged like fences, palisades, I guess, as they kind of surround a small amount of scattering of tents of different sizes and shapes. It seems you have arrived at your destination.
We're approximately by the like corner of that arc.
Right.
On the
so,
map?
yeah, you would have come out right about like here.
Yeah.
Right about there. So with each square representing about 100 feet, yeah. Yeah, so you're about 400 feet across at that point right there.
Yep.
Do we know about how far we are from like as we walked through? I assume it wasn't like a straight shot from one part to the other, like curved around or did whatever, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a snaking path that just kind of eventually led down. It was almost a straight shot, but it did kind of curve a little bit in places. But mostly those were just like that first entrance passageway, and the other exit passageways where the majority of those the snaking happens. Otherwise, like when it started to descend really steeply, it was almost a straight shot down.
Okay. Would I know like how like distance wise from the entrance to here by any chance?
Considering that all you could do was really keep your eyes closed and listen, I would say yeah, you could probably have been counting your steps along the way just to kind of rough estimate.
Yeah, that's probably what I was doing, I guess, is counting like my steps and trying to see like distance wise from point A to point B.
Okay. Point A to point B, I would say you're looking at like 450.
Did you say one square on this map was 100
Yeah.
feet?
Yeah. So it's about 100 feet for each of the little squares, all the way across. So you guys, Minty, you guys exited probably right about here, right about this space. So they were able to see beyond that arch, where the rest of the city was, and then in this area here, there is indeed a small like fortified camp area with like some tall spiked log palisades and a couple of tents of various sizes. But that's what the two of them were the ones. Josie and Zer were the first ones to exit out at the moment. You're muted.
Not bad. Yeah. Okay. The rest of us. So right now it's just Josie and Zer that are out there.
Right. I think the others are still. You guys are still in the passage, kind of awaiting the next tug. I
probably
think,
would
right?
have tug on the rope by then once
All right.
we've seen it.
So then, as you exit, you do see that you are within the bounds of that sandstorm that kind of covers the entirety of the night sky, somehow still letting in enough of the nighttime light from outside. A lot of the other light that kind of lights up this space comes from the like various campfires and bonfires within that enemy camp, as well as a couple seems like light sources coming from deeper within the city itself. They kind of light up this quarry space that you guys are in.
So, as like standing there, it's like a huge freaking place. Where are we beginning?
As you guys are all there. I love what you did, Ari. That's amazing. Ari's little map. Your Insta map. That's perfect.
Let's see. Well,
I would
Where would you
direct my
think-
talk to Beryl. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I'd direct this at Beryl mostly. What do you think we should scout this little encampment up here and see what's happening here, and then decide what to do after.
I don't want to alert any guards, but you and Zer are exceptional scouts. I think we'll be fine if you do a little bit of scouting. How far ahead can I see? Can I see these structures up ahead, the pyramids?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
they're off in the distance. They're like deeper into the city, but you can see them towering above the rest of the city. Yes.
I would think something of such great importance might be at the most prestigious looking tower.
And as you like stepping out, go ahead and make a perception check, Josie, for me.
I was gonna say. Do we know that it has already been found?
16.
Sorry, I meant Beryl.
Oh, okay.
I said Josie, but I meant Beryl. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. I got a natural 20.
Damn.
As you're talking about the looking for the most prestigious looking building, you see that at the very far, which would be the most northern side of the map, there is indeed this large structure that still remains half buried into the quarry wall itself. And it's got almost that like Greek Parthenon style, like there's a bunch of columns that kind of line the outside of it, and it kind of just like sinks into the rock itself. Even from this distance, you can see that this section that has been excavated, it's not the entirety of the city. You can see that there are buildings on either side that are still partially buried in the rock, as it seems like only a portion has been dug up to where you can see the city itself. But it seems like the city wouldn't go on even further into the depths of the bed of the rock and dirt around you.
Yes, I think that building at the far north, all the way on the other end, is, or we're most likely gonna find one of the twin books of Nuru. Do you think you can find us a way around the enemy encampment? I say to Zer and Josie.
The largest of the enemy encampments actually to your left, whereas that building is on your right. So you're basically between the enemy encampment and that building.
Oh really?
Yes. So like that building would be up on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys coming out here, the enemy encampment's like further down, like the entrance of the core. You've already bypassed this area.
I thought it was those buildings at the front.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's what I was.
That's how I was reading.
Oh,
the map.
this over here? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's kind of over here. Because this is like, you can see that that dome of the sandstorm kind of meets right around here where the quarry walls kind of eventually slope down. So it almost creates like a shield wall of that sandstorm kind of comes from here and goes up and over, right? And so this open area would be like level with whatever would be beyond further down.
Oh.
So they would be technically the first line if someone was to normally walk in, which from what you had heard from before, there was no sandstorm shield bubble before. That's why they had to come in this direction, because everything was cliff walls all the way around. So this would have prevented most people from going further into the ruins, as there was this encampment that is set up like a wall. But you guys have entered in through a side passage that is behind that already.
Oh, in that case, I say we double time it to the ruins, and if it comes down to it, we'll fight our way out. But Maddox, what do you think?
As he's handing the rope back to, like, gathering up the rope and handing it back to Josie.
Wrapping it around your arm again.
I agree with what's been said. As long as we can we've already bypassed some of the initial issues. Now we're here where we need to do the work. So as long as we can move swiftly.
All right, is everyone in agreement? We'll start moving.
So we'll like shrug. Yeah.
Either that, do we think there's going to be more guards or just a excavation crew on the inside of those ruins? What do you think?
I would expect for people of high caliber that would know what they're looking for would be the ones that would be the spellcasters, the arcane, the ones to be most aware of. So I think we are going to run into some resistance that aren't just a few miners.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm running out of my English today.
That's okay.
You're fine.
It's been that kind of day.
You're good.
Well, then I'd say let's briskly get to where we need to go and then begin our stealth track again like we were doing before.
All right then.
All right. So, go ahead.
Hey man, so the quarry that we see here, like, is the surrounding of that still, like, the big sand wall, or is that, like, on top? At top?
Now that is now up above you. The
Okay.
surrounding walls now are like cliff wall that as the further back you go, the higher they get. So right now where you're at, you're probably looking about like 200 feet up is the top of the cliff wall, and it just continues to slowly expand the further back it goes.
Yeah, because it's like a dig site, right? So they're
Yeah.
digging towards wherever they're trying to get to. Okay.
Right. So you see, like, that's why the more massive structures, like even the tops of the pyramids, would have just barely been capping the top of that flat line of earth, basically. And the very back building with all the columns would have been submerged below the cliff face there.
And that's where we're headed, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Elway.
All right. So as you are going that direction, I guess choose which path you are wanting to take. Are you gonna stay along the wall or try and cut through the center somewhat? What are you guys doing? Yoink.
I'll
Now,
let
the
the
wall has
scouts
the
decide.
advantage of not, like, the camp is on the other side.
The camp is here. You see that there are different light sources. So like what looks like either appears to be like either bonfires or some sort of campfire. Like there is light that kind of is spread out throughout the city to kind of light some of the buildings. But what is there is hard to tell because you can't see. But you just see that the light is like shining up along the sides of the buildings in certain areas. So you imagine them to be like probably some sort of campfire or bonfire there. So which direction would you like? You go. You have basically you can go up along the wall. You can kind of cut up through the main center way. It's up to you.
I would suggest Beryl. Having lived for so long and being a thief of my own, I would probably choose the route that you would least think about going. If someone were to come in here and think about somebody else trying to follow them, they might put some traps within the city, and they might also have the wall that's closest to us guarded as we go further. I would suggest kind of cutting through the first part of the city and then making our way to the other cliff wall and then traveling that one. It'll take longer, but it'll be a less likely chance of being noticed by anybody.
What do the rest of you think?
There is a certain logic to the brazenness of it.
Cutting through the city?
It is a risk, but a clever one.
Well, there will be plenty of cover. Probably things to be found. I'm gonna have to trust your judgment on this, Josie. Go ahead and lead us through the city. Besides, I'm ready. I pull out my crossbow.
And that's when the Always Sunny theme starts to play. Josie leads them
Circle,
all to
like-
their doom.
Dun,
We'll
dun,
stay
dun, 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 dun.
That was around the bigger group, so he can share his magic, presence of stealth.
Perfect.
If it
They
doesn't
need
work,
it.
it's going to be like Clue. Just resets back to the last thing. But I really did it, and this is how we did it.
So for Cole, the light spell is going to last an hour. So I don't know how long we've actually spent. Maybe like 20 minutes at most.
Yeah, since you cast it, at least 20 minutes. Not even. I mean, at most 20 minutes. It's probably been like 15 or so.
Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's anything I can do to aid this.
All right. So, Josie, as you guys start sneaking across, using the shadows to kind of keep you guys out of line of sight from whoever might be watching from the camp, you slowly navigate around where that large stone structure kind of crashes down into the middle of the quarry floor here, and kind of keep that between you and the enemy camp as you start circling in towards the city itself. Go ahead and make us. So I would say either perception or survival. I don't know, whichever one you want to try and use to try and navigate your way through this city.
22.
Okay.
The perception or survival?
Perception.
All right. All right. So having looked through as best as you can, kind of keeping an eye out in front of you, you head towards what appears to be the very edges of this cityscape. These first rows of buildings aren't as well preserved, it would seem, as like some of the ones that go further back the deeper into the city they were. These outer ones are a lot of half collapsed walls. You see occasionally there does appear to be more of a path that kind of has been walked through the most frequently, and you kind of steer just to the edges of that, keeping your party to the alleys and the shadows as best as you can. You come up after going a portion of the way to the city. We'll say that you're about... Wait, do I have another color marker? Yeah.
And I'll probably start inching
You're going this direction?
kind of diagonally, going towards the other wall. The other cliff wall.
This
on the
side
left.
over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
So...
trying to stick over there so we're not going too
Going
close
up-
to the
up
center,
this-
just in case we walk into something.
Okay. Passing up that direction, then you do see to your right, further down one of these larger open avenues, there is indeed a built watchtower. Seems to have been like put together from some of the stone and wall structures of the collapsed buildings around you, but it has like a wooden feature on top, and you can kind of make out the movement of some individuals there in the watchtower that just kind of seem to be keeping an eye out. There's a large wooden structure there at its base that seems to have piles of wood just stacked on itself. And there is a individual that seems to be like just kind of patrolling around the bottom of this structure. You kind of point it out to the rest of the group as you slink around the shadows.
Yeah, so I'd go ahead and tell them there's what seems to be some sort of checkpoint to the right of us. Do y'all want to try to take them out stealthily or just move around? I'd probably go with the latter for now.
Yeah, I would probably maneuver and just trying to
Try
go
not to
around.
be seen.
Yeah.
All right. You guys continue your way north, then moving up in that general direction. Go ahead and make another stealth check for me.
We get +10, right, sir?
Yeah, if he's close to me. 30 and within 30 feet.
So I got a 20, plus an extra 10 for that would be 30, I guess.
Ooh, you know what I'm gonna do?
So you can't
I got
see
a
me.
13.
You guys it's ridiculous. That's what it is. It's just ridiculous.
26.
I'm burning all my
I got
fucking key
20.
points over here.
24.
13 total, I should say.
Sorry, was I supposed to roll stealth earlier as well? Because I may have missed that.
No, just now is that you were
Okay.
getting. Now that you see that there were places to kind of like do that, I'm going to set up map cam.
Maddox was apparently paying attention to Zura a little bit because he got a total of 26 thanks to that plus 10, even on disadvantage.
Yeah, I
All
got
right.
24.
Oh, are we disadvantage?
Oh no, me
no.
and Maddox, because we have
Heavy armor.
armor.
Oh, gotcha.
And Maddox is a beefy boy.
All right. So the checkpoint that you
What
saw.
was that? I missed it. What did you say?
You big hunk.
Oh my.
All right. So the checkpoint you saw was there where the X is, and we'll say that you have made it up and around that direction. You can see another avenue that is approaching, and you have 3 directions to choose from there. Which direction would you like to go?
I'd say let's take that left.
Take the left, down this way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because the idea is to get to the far wall and then kind of just circle around.
Mm-hmm.
You come around this
Probably
way.
take them up left and then right and then
Mhm.
up left until we get to that cliff wall again. And then we can just kind of follow that.
Going up this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because that'll probably be the most shadowed wall of this whole place instead of the wall seems
Yeah.
kind of open.
It's too open over there. Good idea.
All right. Excellent. All right, so as you guys are approaching this way, you can see as these buildings are definitely better kept than the ones that you had initially seen over in this direction. They don't seem to have been as scavenged or broken apart to kind of make that watchtower like you had seen at that point. You start to get the feel for this like ancient city that you are now walking through. There are still piles of sand. You can see that not all of these buildings have been excavated out, as are like some of the windows or doors have like just dirt that's kind of just spilling out into the avenues around them. But some of them, you know, have been, and some you can see like as you pass by them, like there's just darkness that is inside. But you keep to the shadows as best as you can. I'm gonna look at these rolls again. I think everybody, let's see.
I was gonna say they all have plus 10.
All of those are plus 10. Oh yeah, okay. Perfect.
Dan's like,
God, Josie is like the hardest person to like. You're trying to follow him, but he's almost impossible to see if it weren't for the fact that occasionally he pops up to like kind of like motion you forward. He keeps just disappearing into the shadows of the buildings around you. As you approach this intersection here, you can see that this far wall along this side is partially excavated to where it's like almost like a the cliff wall makes almost like a roof, and you can see that the city kind of continues inside for a little bit. There is, it appears, another avenue. This avenue kind of continues on that way, and there is another bonfire that is lit there along that wall with a couple of guards, another like walled off palisade of spikes, wooden spikes, and a shorter watchtower.
from where I'm at, coming up on them, would I be able to see how many people roughly there would be around the area?
Make a perception check.
21.
Ooh, 21. In that little spot there, you kind of take a moment as you're peering around the corner to kind of watch the movement of people in and about that guard post. You count 5. There are 2 that are in the watchtower itself, one by what appears to be another similar structure of it's like raised wood that has more like lumber and kindling that's kind of made up. Like, have you ever played any of the Assassin's Creed games where they have like the guards posts have that one little bonfire that they light in case of emergency? Kind of gives you that kind of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
A signal fire, a beacon. Thank you. I could not think of the word.
Gondor call for aid, or
the Riders of
Where do you think I
Rohan.
learned the word from?
Yeah, the Riders
I
of
think we need a
Rohan.
challenge. Let's shoot that with fire.
This is too easy. Bring them on.
They can't see me anyway. No.
Man, he got
that's
real
what
cocky.
we do. We sneak past now, and then later we try and shoot that while we go the other way, so all forces come here, and then we like, boop.
That would be a smart get out of dodge plan.
All right, what are you guys doing?
It seems like if we want to sneak past, it seems like it might be better to back off a little bit and just take like the step from like one alley away. But like if we want to fight, I'm okay with that too.
Like going up this direction?
Yeah, or like
coming
going back and then going to take the next one. No, back around the same, back taking the same road a little bit and then going up. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Backtracking around this building to come back up this way.
Yeah, I'd agree with her there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So you
Yeah,
guys
let's go.
backing up a little bit, you come back to this route and then make your way up this way. After that, are you gonna go to the left or right around the pyramid?
I would say
what we see.
left-ish.
All right. So as
Yeah,
you
let's
guys
go left and see if, since we'll be on the other side of that watchtower.
as you come up to this
Yeah,
point
like
here.
up through there, and then left up there and just kind of peek around and see if there's anything
All right,
along
kind of
the rest of the wall, or
sticking to the shadows
if
there.
it's just that place.
As you continue along, make another perception check for me.
19.
19. Okay. Peeking along, you can see there that main guard post seems to be the only one on this wall that you can see in the immediate vicinity here. And it is also where that, like I said, the excavation kind of goes underground for a little ways, as these walls here just are solid rock that kind of just shoots upward another 500 or 600 feet from where this point is.
So probably where they first dug and realized they were in the wrong spot. Which what I would reckon, but then yeah, I'd
Continue
turn right
around this
and
way.
then go around the
The pyramid.
pyramid.
All right.
Only this time more along the pyramid wall than the cliff wall. Yeah.
Okay. And this area is pretty heavily shadowed. It seems like most of the light did seem to be coming from this side of the buildings. So good choice there. As there are no other further guard posts besides this one and whatever light you saw coming from this direction. As you are approaching the edge of the pyramid wall that way, I'm gonna need everybody to go ahead and make another stealth check for me.
Is it still with the +10, or is that
Mhm.
worn off?
I would say
still there.
it's for an hour, right?
Yeah, I've recast it.
Okay. Well, you're probably approaching the end of that first hour at this point.
Oh,
Since last time,
that's
it
generous.
hasn't. It didn't take you that long.
Okay, cool. I mean,
so
I'm not gonna
it's-
complain about that.
17 with the +10.
11, and then whatever the plus, so 21, I guess. What's the plus?
29.
24.
26.
Dang.
So
Whatever you had
Cool.
planned, fuck it. Like,
Yeah. Your light spell would have probably faded at this point if we're taking this long ass path.
Yeah, probably. It's fine.
Yep. Just let you get
I
up.
imagine it's like dim light, so I at least like not.
Oh yeah, you
Super
you
blind.
can see. I mean, like I said, even in this heavily shadowed area, it's still like a pale moonlight. It's not like pitch black out here, and there's still like that atmospheric light from a lot of these more inhabited sections. It would seem.
I got you.
And
It's like a
plus you
nighttime
said
dig
there was,
site,
like-
basically.
Right, right.
and plus, there
Yeah,
was
yeah, I got you.
some flashing. From
Yeah,
the,
with the occasional like
from the
strobe
static.
light. Yeah, a little occasional strobe light flash from above, lighting the surrounding area. And to that effect, you do see like occasionally in the wall the jutting out of buildings. It's almost as if like just whatever had happened to this city. It was a very like Pompeii kind of thing where it's just like there's just solid rock and then like half of a corner of a building kind of sticking out. Reaching there to the end section, you see that this building here is also seems to be some sort of like temple-like structure that sticks out of the rock itself, and appears to be lit from within. There at the very top, as this is like a 3-story building, there on the top you see that there are various like torches at the corners. You can see from within that window, like that top floor, where maybe there's a not a deck but a balcony of sorts that's kind of up there. This seems to be where there's a good amount of light coming from that. And there, like at the midway point, there is a large stairwell that leads up into it, and there are 2 guards there, 2 hobgoblin guards.
Beryl. I would say that big pristine building, based on knowledge of this, clearly we have pyramids here as temples of whatnot, whatever they may have believed in here. That large building might be more of the main temple or for whatever practice, so this side building might be a library. It's still ornate like the others, but it seems like there's a lot of commotion in there.
That might be a place of interest. Let's.
Sir will
can you-
like dig, like poke, like Beryl will feel like a poke in her head, like knock knock.
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yes, I was just thinking as well. This looks like maybe a library or wherever we find a wizard type. It is a tower. They love towers. There's a balcony where they can look out and look over their city or terrain, whatever. Either this is the library or it's where whatever wizard, how many there are, don't know, has taken hold. I'm pretty sure. I know the type. Eli looks at it like, it's like, yeah, fancy balcony, check.
Sorry, this was
Probably
all
footmen out
internal,
down
or
there. Like, yeah.
was this with the message spell or out loud?
That's a message.
Oh, okay.
Very well. I think this is as best a lead as any. We're kind of searching blind as it is. Go ahead and see what that commotion is, the 2 of you, and report back. You said there was
Can't
like.
hear
Did you say there was
Sounds like-
commotion? Or did I mishear that? You just said it's lit inside,
There's a
right?
little bit of stuff
Right.
going on.
Yeah,
up
there's
above,
just
but there's 2 guards.
there's 2 guards up front. There's not really any sort of like noise or commotion, but there is like a sense that this building is occupied, as it has been one of the few that has like lit braziers. They're like there in the front where the guards are at. You can see there's like, I hate to use the term tiki torches, but you know, there's like the you know, that sort of thing. They're up at the top where it's kind of lit that space, and it does seem like when there's a couple of the open windows that have like, you can see that there is now like cloth or some sort of curtain on the inside. You can see those are lit from within. There's not really any sort of noise or anything coming from it, but it does seem that it is occupied. And it's about a 3-story structure.
Oh, well, if the library is occupied, then I'm just thinking that the Daeans, once they have the book, they have no reason to want to stay. That's the only thing that I can think of that has any value in these ruins.
That seems sort of short-sighted. One book? That's
It's
a whole
an important
library.
book. A very important book.
All right.
An
Important
important book, and clearly high wizardry at work here.
Hmm.
Do you think that whoever buried it probably would have put some sort of protection or extra kind of protection around where they would stash it if it's something of great importance? Maybe they're just having a tough time getting in.
If the Daeans can't break it, I don't know that we can.
Well, we're here to be thieves.
As you guys are,
Let them do the work and we'll take it from them.
as you guys are like discussing this, you feel, all of you, this slight pulse of like static that just kind of like passes outwards. And before, you may have noticed it, but it hadn't really, like, you just assumed it was part of that static electricity that goes from outside. I'm trying to see who has the highest like passive perception. Josie's pretty high up there. He's got a 19. What's everybody else at, like, passive
Yeah, I
wise?
do not have a good passive.
17.
17.
Oh wait,
10.
it hasn't taken my. I should have a 15.
15.
Yeah.
16.
16. Okay, Josie, you notice that this pulse seems to emanate from that top balcony, and as that little, like, you could almost see it, just like this brief shimmer of air as it expands outward from that balcony and then just like dissipates. But it kind of just, you can see that this like just like a dome that goes outwards from this point, and it seems oddly timed that when you would imagine that pulse would reach the sandstorm, there's more of that crackle of energy that kind of goes across the sandstorm barrier. And you've noticed that it's every about 20 to 30 minutes this pulse kind of goes out there, and that's about, now that you think about it, is about every time you hear that crackle of energy across the sandstorm.
What was that?
But at this point, it just feels like you just feel like this wave of static energy that kind of passes over you quickly and is gone.
Yeah.
Not that. Everyone gets electrocuted. That was
That's
weird.
Well, if that's not a magic book, I'd say that's where they're creating this little dome here.
Might be handy to shut that off at some point. If nothing else, then perhaps send them into disarray.
Well, whatever is making that boom must have considerable power. You know, on second thought, let's go ahead and examine this tower.
And Sir will like turn to Beryl and be like, "Well, you're supposed to be the tinkerer here. Can't you, like, I don't know, find stuff?"
Yes, and I believe there is stuff in that tower after all. Let's check it out.
You just see some great artificing at work.
Yeah.
You have about 40 feet from where the edges of that pyramid hits the ground to where the two guards are posted at the front entrance of that building.
Do you have a climbing ability that lets you move freely? Is there?
No.
Well then.
But I
in
have
this
enough
case-
movement to cover the ground. like,
Mhm.
Are we gonna go in there? I guess is that the plan. Or are we just trying
Yeah.
to get by them? We want to go in there.
As long as we incapacitate the guards, I believe we should be able to get close enough to at least peer inside. Because if it's too well lit, then probably won't be a high chance of sneaking
Do you
around
have something that
everybody.
might be able to get us in, Cole? That would help us.
I could hold person. That would be about as much as I could do.
Well, we don't want to lose our advantage.
Well, I can take out the two guards, and if Zerwans can help.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I can.
Hold one
could
and kill
do-
one.
No, I could hold both.
Oh, you
and
can hold
could
both.
kill-
of them?
You can kill both. Because
I mean, I also have Plan B.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that, and then you could just beat him to death as long as they don't.
Resist.
Yeah.
As
Well-
long as they continue to fail their wisdom saving throws, sure.
Well, they're hobgoblins, so. Porky bastards.
Oh wow.
Let's go that route.
All right,
All right.
let's do it.
And don't feel bad. If it were the other way around, they wouldn't hesitate to kill us. I'm sure.
Cool.
All
Yes,
right.
sir, doesn't feel bad. He's good.
So let's
This might
say. All right. So, what are you guys gonna do? How do you want to do this? Make this little
Well,
assault.
I'll go, I
Non-consensual
guess, kind
stabbing.
of around the
Um,
guard, because I
let's
can spider climb.
I
can
have
kind of go
an idea.
up the side instead of climbing up the stairs, because I'm pretty sure they'd be looking
So you're
that
going to
direction.
go directly across, right, to the wall of the building.
Like, is there any sort of pathway behind them, or is it just the
The-
wall of the building and then they're in the doorway?
So, with this section, like, so you being here, right?
Mhm.
This is those like the sloped walls of the pyramid. This building comes out, so you could try and run across. It's like about we'll say at this point it's like about a 20-foot like avenue, right, to get from one side to the other. This building is basically a large rectangle that just has like its top floor seems kind of open before it kind of has another like that third section. The stairwell seems to come out of the building itself, so almost like the stairwell goes up into the building, and the two guards are posted by two braziers that are right up the very front of that stairwell.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I would sneak around, not all the way to the wall, but where the stairs are, and kind of
Because it's
make
open
my way
area,
up the wall. Mm-hmm.
so you're gonna
I'll
go
kind of
across.
swing wide.
So going back this direction, right?
Yeah, kind of swing wide around there to get up to where the stairwell is, like the wall of the stairwell,
Because
and
the
then
wall.
climb up, and then I can sneak behind them, walking down the stairs, and just. And
Okay.
then Zer too, maybe.
You can go across the way and go up the
Mhm.
side wall to make it to the top balcony if that's what you're trying to do. And then from that top balcony, drop back down if you're wanting to try and do that. Because there's no other way for you to get behind them because it doesn't go out that far from the wall
Oh,
of the
okay,
building
it's just like
itself. Yeah, so it's just a very,
some
it's just a very
steep stairs.
simple, yeah, it's a very simple rectangular building
yeah.
that kind of sticks out.
I mean, if I'm doing hold person, there's no reason to sneak.
No.
They're effectively paralyzed. So if I hold them, you just literally.
End them.
Just
Yeah,
walk
like,
up and be like,
I'm
"Oh,
not
my
doing.
name's
Yeah,
Bill."
we're not doing this to like.
I guess.
Excuse me. Like we're like if I do it, like we're
Just
taking them
go,
out.
we're just going in, yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
What did Zer have to say?
But yes.
I mean, I was thinking like we can't try and make some kind of distraction for Cole to sort of catch them unaware.
At the moment, they aren't. They're just kind of keeping an eye out in the area. They're not really. So it's up to you.
You might not. You might just be able to do it then. Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise,
Actually,
we
hold on.
use like
Hold on.
mage hand to throw a rock or something.
Wait. Hold on.
Are they allowed, or are they able to call out if they are, if you use hold person?
They
No.
are effectively paralyzed
Okay.
Mhm.
until they break. Yeah. Until they break concentration. I just looked it up. So effectively, they act as paralyzed. But actually,
Because I think with paralyzed, though, they can speak falteringly.
Right. Speaking
Which-
though is probably I wouldn't
Like it's
say they
it's a
can
little yeah.
they wouldn't be able to speak, so they're paralyzed. So I
However,
could, I mean, right? Like unless because you
It'd be-
wouldn't.
Yeah,
be like-
paralyzed creatures are incapacitated and can't move or speak,
Okay.
so it would work.
Yep.
Oh, I'm confusing that with stun.
stunned.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I'm not stunning
Yeah.
them. I am holding person, so I am
No.
with my brain. Yeah, effectively
Darth
paralyzed.
Vader
Yeah.
over there, just
Alright, go do
Yeah,
it. Pikachu.
exactly. Like
Let's go.
witness
All
the
right.
full power. Right?
All right. So is that what you're gonna do?
So I could do that, or no, because they're. I don't think I could do that either, actually.
Can we try and spot if there are other guards than just those two?
Sure. Make a perception check to kind of watch
Guess we
around
get
there.
that genome soldier cone of vision nonsense.
17.
17.
23.
23. Nice. Looking up and down, or looking down the length of the pyramid, like into that main area. The pyramid itself runs for another at least 200 feet before it opens into that open courtyard in front of the large columned structure. In front of that column structure, that direction, you can see that there is more light and probably more people over there, but they are a good 300 to 400 feet away. So they're quite a distance from where these two guards are posted at. That you've been able to watch, there has been no other movement on this lower floor. At the top floor on that balcony, eventually you do wind up seeing another being or another person kind of come up to the edge of one of the corners and stands there for a moment before going back and further away. The angle's kind of weird. And with the light you can see that it looks like maybe another hobgoblin, but they stand there for a minute before moving back and out of line of sight,
It seems sort of like
almost like a
guard's
patrol.
pace.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like,
So they
it's like a
kinda
patrol, or someone just kind of casually strolling out, looking
strolling,
out, coffee, going back in.
exactly. That kind of where they just kind of popped up to that front area, seemed to peer up and down the way, and then moved further back.
If we wait a certain amount of time, does this patrol loop again?
If you want to wait and see,
Yeah.
now that you've noticed them,
Yeah, I'll relay that to them, and I'd like to see if we can count out if that other patrol returns at a regular interval. That way we can time when we're going to sneak in to do your plan.
so you wait for a moment. A minute passes, 2 minutes pass, 5 minutes pass. At about the 8th minute, someone appears once again, just kind of pops over to the edge of that balcony, looks about before disappearing once again.
how tall are hobgoblins?
They're
About humanoid
About
size.
man-sized.
Yeah, they're man-sized.
I know
You
it's
do
weird.
know-
You think in mythology that like they describe hobgoblins as like little goblins, but hobgoblins are like full man beasts.
So imagine have you seen a picture of a hobgoblin before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll say they're brutes.
Yeah, they're basically like shredded, like wild mane Sith, like full blood Sith kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like Urukai versus
Almost.
like
Yeah.
stupid little cave goblin.
Yeah.
No, that's,
That is very.
Discipline.
Yep. All right. So what are you guys doing?
I will relay the time interval to them and say that's
You got
how
about-
we should act accordingly.
It seems like you have about 8 minutes between intervals.
Cole
Seven
has
to be
my
safe.
full support on his hold person plan.
Yep.
Okay, let's do it.
I'd say we can hold person, and then afterwards, after killing them, I should say, Cole, and I guess who would be the next half-ish normal size? That would be nearest the hobgoblin. As,
Oh,
or
we're
as long as
standing
one
in.
of us.
Like do a
just so when the guard comes by, he doesn't look down and see that two guards are no longer at their position. That might raise an alarm.
I would imagine us killing them is gonna make a commotion.
What we could do is,
Regardless.
That's why
as
we
we
do
get
it in
the
between the interval.
get them in the interval, and then just hop up and take the third one out, if possible.
Well, then y'all can stay down here with Cole holding them and kill them, and then I can spider climb my way up to
Yeah,
that
they're gonna be held. They
corner.
won't be able to scream anyway. So me and Maddox can kill them.
And then once you've got them in holding, I can just run by them and then start climbing up that corner to where the
Alright.
guard's going to appear.
All right. So
Sounds good.
you guys wait
So
the 8 minutes.
yeah.
The guard at the top comes up to the edge, turns his head, and heads back out of line of sight. It is go time. Cole,
Great.
you cast hold person on both of them.
Yes, so third level spell, I can, so second level spell, any higher, so as a third level, I can target an additional humanoid creature for the slot above the second level. So,
All right.
kind of reach around the corner and then aim at them, and then they have to
finger gun
yeah.
it.
I would say like right before that, actually, I would use one of my, like as we're waiting for the 8 minutes, right? And I kind of peer around the corner, because how far away are they?
About 40 feet.
We'd
So
have to
I could
curve it
see them,
around.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I use Shape Changer, and I morph into the shape of a hobgoblin.
Ooh.
Do we
That's
see him
quick.
do this?
Smart. I
Yes.
forgot
Yeah.
about that one.
So obviously nothing else changes, right? Other than
Yeah.
me trying to mimic exactly what they look like.
Yeah. But basically,
but-
the shape of Cole changes to where looks like a hobgoblin wearing Cole's clothing.
Also, just like I just imagine, even like the physicality, but also just like the manner is just like melting down. Like first, like the physical body, and then it's like, okay, well, we adjust the shoulders here. Be like, it was like, like some kind of fucking
Like
takeover
a
robot.
really butch mystique.
Yeah. So like I have
Perfect.
kind of yeah. So like, right, and then you kind of see like why I have like my leather armor is not like as tight as always, right?
Yeah.
Because occasionally I have to do this. So like the armor I have kind of yeah, right. It's for that purpose because it's built in a way to do that, right? So as it does that, it kind of flexes out, right? Because I'm not bulky by any means. I'm a tall for a human or a changeling, right? But I'm not bulky, so I just kind of like fill it out real quick, and then I just kind of like I've got an idea for after this to buy us some more time.
Does he still sound like Cole?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
It's
Yep,
like
yep.
the stretchy jeans that are like 20% spandex.
I was thinking that.
perfect.
I was like, all this time.
Yeah. Like as you
being
like you
Corona
probably
pants.
you guys are probably all focused, and then all of a sudden you hear like my leather kind of go, like that pull, like you're filling in leather. Yeah, it
Yeah.
just kind of
That's not a
stretches.
good
You're just
sound
like,
normally.
yeah. It's not
Alright.
loud. It's just that's what it does. And then I aim it at both of them,
All right.
and then they just have to and then it's and then I'm just like be ready either way.
What?
How long do they get held
Do they
for?
get us? What's the save on those?
14 You have to
For
make a DC 14 Wisdom.
wisdom? Okay. First one. Oh
that's a
no! A 1. You see, the first one just goes like and the eyes kind of bug out for a second. The second one rolls. Oh my god, a 2, a 1 and a 2, both as Cole releases the finger gun magic. This like purple energy just kind of like apparates around them like a mist, and then almost like in like tendrils or chains just kind of hold their bodies in place before even that magic vanishes, and you just see them frozen in place.
I would say it probably claws out of the ground like a hand, almost like it
nice.
would kind of grab a soul, and
Yeah.
it just kind of, and then it kind of, you see it hover at the feet for a second and then disappear, and then all of a sudden they're just
Frozen.
can't move. Yep.
You can see
and I'm
eyes
like-
kind of the
Yeah, I'm like,
eyes
go,
twitch.
Go.
Yeah.
Where will
Right
you
as
be when the
quickly as
lag spike
possible.
kicks in?
Like Spike.
Yeah, if we're just gonna go.
All
I
right.
was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say,
book it past
we got,
them
like,
and then start
7
climbing that
minutes
corner.
and 50
Oh,
seconds.
they'll have. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have.
We have plenty of time.
Go.
All right,
Yep.
cool. So me and Maddox are running at them. I put away my crossbow and I have my warhammer.
Okay.
So you should also have advantage on all attacks, and they cannot
Correct.
roll. They have no saving attacks.
Correct.
So
go for it.
God.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
right.
I mean,
28
it's
and
just
31.
slaughter.
Okay,
Oh
Wow.
poor people.
and then roll.
I guess I will do mine then.
31
I was gonna say, I'm
to hit.
just kind of.
Nice.
Oh, I'm nervous to actually roll mine now because it's gonna be bad. No, 26.
No.
Is
No,
not bad.
that's
26
pretty
yeah.
good.
So
Swings and misses.
both attacks hit.
They would be
You-
auto crit as well, wouldn't they?
Oh
Yep.
shit, they would, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I would say, I'm telling you, these guys must be dead.
Yeah.
Or at least they're wishing they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Crit
no.
damage.
They're not having a good time.
24.
Oh Jesus!
The like Beryl as she like runs forward. How do each of you want to do this? Because there's no way they're surviving these
I
things.
just want to see what I would get with the and a 1d8 because of
Beryl
divine
just
bullshit.
golds that fucking hobgoblin head off.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
All right, so Beryl just runs up, hammer in tow. She
Yeah.
uses she does kind of like a spinning attack, putting all its momentum behind it. Her warhammer is infused, so it's got like a little bit of a rocket boost to it. And off with his head, just.
This is like the weirdest game of what's the one with the mallets and the balls?
Whack-a-mole.
What is it? The one with
Crochet.
from Alice in
Crochet.
Wonderland?
Yeah, crochet.
Croquet.
Crochet. Crochet is something else.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Croquet.
one.
Yeah, croquet.
Oh no!
You know, you're gonna crochet. You're crochet his head.
Yeah.
The weirdest game of
I was like-
croquet.
like-
Just like.
Sarah's not participating because he's trying to magic shroud the sum of the sound, and he sees that head, and he's like, yeah.
trying to save that goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like, he sees it. and
All
gets
the sports
come from a wall,
references.
and he's like, no.
I can just see Beryl walking up with the warhammer and just like tapping the ground and just kind of.
Taking her time. She has it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you have the moment.
What's
The-
gonna
And
do?
it's good.
The eyes of the hobgoblins, they're just like can't move, trying to go for it. Maddox, how are you doing this?
Are they in armor or like how
Yeah,
are
they're
they?
chainmail.
Okay. Maddox is walk up at a less breezy pace because he's the kind of guy who works for a living.
Perfect.
He's gonna just like quickly hand over the eyes, tilt his head back, sword straight down,
Yes.
here
Oh.
and just out through the back, like burst out the tailbone kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
and just,
yeah.
make it quick but make it brutal,
All right.
and then kind of just
Oh, man. As
shove.
Beryl's like using her napkin to like clean off a little bit of the blood, she says, "Wow, Maddox, that was a little inhumane, don't you think?"
So
I look at
Seeing
this
that they're
purple
dead,
neck
seeing that they're dead,
hobgoblin.
I run over to the one that Maddox killed, right?
Yeah.
And I throw off, like I pack my cloak away, and I quickly throw on the chainmail, right?
Yeah, the bodies collapse to the ground. You start immediately trying to put the things on.
Yep. So I kind of put it on like just kind of like top level, right? I don't put it all on. I just throw the chainmail over, so it's just like, and then I kind of look at the other one that's decapitated, and I'm kind of like, okay, all right, the rest of this looks good, right? And then I Oh wait, yeah. So I use with that spell, right? I then use 2 of my sorcery points. yeah, real quick, and I cast 2 clones of the hobgoblin self, right?
Yeah.
And then put them kind of close to the spot, and then I ask Maddox or the crew, right? Whoever, like, drag these guys up a little ways out of the way real quick.
Grab, move.
Right? Because obviously we're like tick 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 tick, right?
Yeah.
And then I cast the clones, right? And then I back up, and then they just chill there, as if they were before. So as best as they are, so they're just sitting there like in the pose that we saw before, just outward looking.
All right. So as you guys are like moving the bodies up the stairwell, you can see that this stairwell leads up to what would appear to be like some sort of inner room where there's like light coming down from it. You guys drag them up that direction, right? Or what are you doing? Or just out of line of sight?
I just tell them to drag them like kind of
them out of sight from that patrol.
Yeah, right. Because you're saying it's like a stairwell, and then this kind of overlooks it, right?
Right. So the stairwell is kind of recessed, I guess. It goes up into the building before it actually goes into a floor that would be like a floor above where you guys are at. So it's almost like
does the stairwell have like
it has walls on either side.
Oh, okay. So it's like okay.
Does that make sense?
So I just tell them just drag them up just enough to be underneath here, and then we'll be fine for right now.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying though.
Just not visible from
Right.
from the balcony.
Good idea.
But I get what you're saying.
Oh God, this is not. Doing quick draw.
That was so inhumane. Meanwhile, you just went knocked a dude's head clear off into the stratosphere.
It
She
was
didn't
instant.
just do it. She took her time doing it, lining
It did
it
not
up.
take her
like,
time because she has 25-foot walking speed. She needs to run.
Did you take that out of The Hobbit? That's
Okay.
how they invented the game of golf.
Just as a quick reference, this is so like if the 2 guards were here, right? This would be the wall, the main outer wall that goes upwards, and then it continues going up to another room that's back here. So you can bring the bodies like inside that area because it's like a covered hallway here. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
That's
Zer
what I was
able
kind of
to-
assuming they did. They just
Okay.
kind of pull them up just a little bit, right? I assume, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming they just, strategically, I assume Maddox would know exactly what I wanted
Oh yeah.
because we don't want to enter in yet, but we could still there. And I tell him,
That's
so then
part of why he went in to do the most like strategic kill, because it leaves the armor for this person to put it on and assume it.
All right. So as you 2 are dragging the bodies in there, Zer and Josie, what are you guys doing? Josie, you're going upstairs?
I'm the one climbing the corner,
You're climbing-
waiting for this guy to come back.
All right. So you climb
And
up.
actually, I'll get there. How lit is the floor area?
All
Or
right,
is it
so
mainly up
as you it's basically like sheer wall with the occasional windows, right? So as you go up to that top floor where you know that the other guard will appear within the next 7 minutes, because this all happened relatively quickly. We'll say like 5 minutes now or so. Maddox, what?
Because Zer has an issue with climbing. Did I understand that correctly?
not an issue. He just doesn't have like
A climb speed?
climb speed.
Um,
no.
Well, he would have just like quickly moved the body, because I feel like that's not a lot of work for him. He would have offered to try and hoist Zer up like he's giving the birth announcement of Simba.
Oh, do they want Sir to go with
That's what I thought.
Josie?
Well, I mean,
Sure.
he can just climb on my back then, if anything.
You're not that much bigger.
He's like half his
Yeah,
size.
I mean, if
I'm
it's dark,
4'9".
I guess-
I'm short, but
how
Zer's
dark
like, what,
is
2
it?
feet?
It's pretty dark.
So then I can just use my cloak.
Okay, so yeah, because you are in dim light. Yeah.
I'm going to, since it's dark up there, I'm going to
Well,
take out
it's
my
dark in
portable
the
hole.
it's dark in the alleyway where you're at, except for the light coming from the braziers, right? Okay. So you're taking the hole, and then what?
To where that guard had stopped on the corner.
On the
it's like
far.
a 6 foot.
Yeah, because
A 6 foot wide piece of cloth.
This is the closest area where you're at. It's another like. We'll say it's like another 40 feet to get to the farther side where the guard appears on this far corner. So you can climb up this wall, but you still have to cross this distance to get where the guard appears.
Hey.
Wait, what? Where did we see him before when we were peeking around?
On this far side. He doesn't like appear. He doesn't do like a perimeter wall. He just comes to this far wall on this furthest corner, and then disappears back.
Yeah, and that's why whenever I was waiting until Cole started holding the hobgoblins, and then I just ran past as far as I could to the corner.
To that corner, and
So
then go up that
he
side.
Came right,
Okay.
Yeah, I was just right there.
Okay, so you're going up there. Do you peek over the edge at all, or you're just waiting until he appears?
I kind of peek over the edge just to kind of see if he's moving faster.
Make a perception check.
16.
16. Up on this upper balcony area, you can see that it is almost like a terrace that kind of goes around this rectangular building. They're set back probably about 10 feet from the edges of this wall is another floor basically, but it's almost like an open balcony. On the inside, you can see that where there is more light coming from it, and you can see a couple of individuals are standing around a well-lit table there in the center. This guard is patrolling the longest section back and forth, and he's kind of going back along those lines. The side of the building that kind of faces out into where the larger building is and such. Do you follow?
Yes.
Okay. So you're waiting there in that corner,
And then I'll take out the portable hole because I also have the ball bearings in them, and I'll kind of put like sneakily as I can, just kind of inch it through so where it's flat on the ground. And probably if a guard was just guarding trying to look outwards, he probably wouldn't notice. In theory, at least.
So you're putting the hole on the ground where he's gonna walk?
Where he was coming to stop and then turn around. I'll just kind of put it.
How big of a hole is it?
It's a 6 foot piece of cloth, I believe. And then it's 10 feet deep.
I'm gonna give you this one and say that he has a high chance of noticing a 6 foot hole in the ground where he walks back and forth.
I mean, it's just a piece of cloth. And the hole leads to a different plane.
I know what it is. I'm just saying that there's a high level of chance that he's gonna notice that if you do that. There's still a possibility that he won't, but it's up to you.
I mean, you're muted.
I'll just wait for him to come by then.
Okay.
I'll get him the old-fashioned way.
Do it the old-fashioned way. So you see, like, as he goes to the far end, you kind of keep an eye out on your friends down below. They've pulled the bodies back up and out of the way. Zur, are you down below with everybody else? Are you gonna be using your cloak to kind of be close by in case need be?
I'll be close by in case need be.
All right, so
this seems like a dangerous plan.
All right, so you keep your eye on Josie as he's like gripped onto the side, waiting for the guard to come back around. The guard starts heading back your direction, and you kind of hide down below the wall enough to where you're waiting for him to appear. You wait. And you wait. And then eventually you hear the footsteps approaching. As the guy comes up to the corner. What are you doing?
Am I able to use an action to grapple and to pull.
Sure, if that's what you want to do.
And I should.
So you reach out to try and grab him. Make a strength check for me.
That was just the one up top, chicken.
And I'll give you advantage because he wasn't expecting it.
Oh, okay. Let me reroll that then. Oh, not that. Advantage.
19.
Okay, with advantage, 19.
All right. He rolls. Oh my god, I'm rolling so bad. He rolls a natural 1, which brings it to a 2.
Wow.
Completely surprised. Apparently. You managed to grab hold of him very Assassin's Creed style, and are you pulling him back overward?
Yeah, since I'd be on the wall, I'd probably just kind of reach up with one hand.
Yeah.
I'll still hold. Wait, no. Actually, with spider climb, I don't need my hands.
Yeah.
So I'd just kind of be on my feet and just like leaning back and just swing up like.
Grab him and
Just
pull him
fucking-
over. All right.
And then just kind of throw him down
All right.
just the wall.
You do. He just kind of goes.
The scream
"What?"
from Goofy.
I mean, you know,
Wouldn't you be scared that somebody just flips around into your line of sight, just anti-physically,
yeah, 100%.
holds you down to your death?
So it's like he flips over the edge. You just hear him go, "Whoa!" as he like just falls over the side. He is going to try and land on his feet, which don't think is going to do it because he's about 20 feet up at the moment.
Where's
Oh, with
Mercury
the
during
6.
all this?
Where's Mark playing catch?
Is he gonna Are you gonna try and get him to catch the guy?
You can try.
Go for it. I mean, hey, you didn't say it, but I'm 100% here for that plan. That sounds amazing. As the
right.
body flies over the edge, Mercury waits down below. The guy falls not on his feet because he rolled a 2. Let's make the attack. A roll there.
It's a 12.
A 12.
I would like to use my inspiration right now.
Yes.
Go for it.
Go,
All right, it's a
Mercury, go.
13. I guess I got one
13.
higher. These goddamn dice.
You
What
know,
a waste of a pun.
it's fine. I'm
There's
sure you can.
no such thing.
I'm sure you can come up with more. The body. So as he hits the ground, he takes it's D10, right? Or is it D6 for every 10 feet?
I think it's D6.
D6 for every 10
Yeah.
feet. So it's only about 20 feet up. So.
Still though.
Okay. Well, he takes 9 points of bludgeoning damage as he hits the ground. Effectively knocking the air out of him as he like lands flat on his back, just like making that little impact in the sand. Mercury goes in to like try and bite, but just like as he jumped through the air, the body just like slow motion goes. No.
He gets
He
one
jumps
of
to
those
the other
lag spikes
side.
that Maddox mentioned.
The leg spike. Yeah. Just now he goes. He looks pretty badly hurt as he's like
I was gonna
trying
say,
to regain his breath.
Sir
Zers.
will come over and finish his life now. This is
Finish his life.
this is very undignified.
We'll
feels
close
like.
the book on that.
Yeah.
Check him out. Just
What are you gonna do, Zer?
I will just,
crawl
take
into
my
his mouth.
dagger and put him out of his misery.
I'll say since he's
Bonk.
prone at the
Hey,
moment, you
real
have
estate.
Advantage.
advantage for sure.
Even freer real estate.
No.
An
Yeah.
eight.
What
I
did you
rolled
get?
2 1s.
Amazing.
Oh my
Did you
God.
just like stab yourself in the eyes, or
Mercury and Zer got the same idea and they ended
They-
up smashing.
Like they bonk heads. Oh
So
my
it's
It's a
a
god.
good thing
I see
I
the
have,
bird.
3 attacks. Oh.
oh right?
That's
We're trying to do that
amazing.
again.
Oh, you like rub your temple from where you bonked
Yes.
heads with them.
You were
That
just too
definitely
excited.
hits.
Yeah. God, ow. 19.
19, that hits. I'll roll for attack.
8 damage.
Oh yeah, that is definitely enough. So as you like, goddamn Mercury, you like got in your way, you go in for that second like whoosh, throat slice. As the hobgoblin starts like. Those of you, let's see, Josie, you hear from the rooftop. What was that? A
Is
voice
he
coming
dead, Aaron?
from
And just
huh? Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, I was gonna say I have both.
No, he's dead. I mean, you can keep beating him up if you want, but he's definitely dead.
No.
Josie, you
And
hear that
beating
there
his
is a
horse.
female voice coming from above you.
honey,
there's
come
like-
back to bed.
It's like, what was that? And you can hear footsteps
Maddox?
approaching the edge. Maddox,
Run
what?
over and grab the body
Sure.
and just
Um,
like flick it off to where the other ones are.
Okay. What are you doing, Josie?
With Cole's Cole thing that he can like morph around and crap.
Mhm.
You said he doesn't sound like a hobgoblin at all.
I can speak
He-
goblin.
He can, yeah, he'd have to attempt, but you don't know that.
But you don't know that. Yeah, you don't really know that. But yes.
Well, no,
that
but I'd
kid-
probably still be up there, like leaned back against the wall, like I was, just in case somebody came over. I'd
So
just be,
you're,
waiting
like,
for them to
yeah.
murder them.
just like,
Upside down, watching them on the ground, just
okay,
beat the hell out of this hobgoblin.
all right. This was a female female voice
Mm-hmm.
that you heard. So you're just waiting? Okay. Those of you on the
And
ground?
once I hear the voice, I kind of snap down to get their attention.
I just look up and I'm just like,
Maddox is like dragging the body around up the stairs.
The sir is
Beryl,
around trying to cloud again. Like,
and
Beryl,
if
what are
he
you
looks
doing?
up and does this,
What am I doing?
then
I am. So it's a stairwell obscured from the upper levels.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in there with Mercury.
You're
I
gonna-
call him back and just.
All right. Everybody like scatters and moves into the stairwell as quickly as possible. Cole, you're down there, down below.
yeah, I'm like moved up to the bodies a little bit, right? Trying to do the same thing. So I'm
Okay.
hiding.
But yeah,
I actually realized that I can, as long as I maintain concentration, it doesn't actually say I have to maintain eyesight.
you just have to
It's just
maintain
if I can't-
concentration.
If I just can't see them, I have no idea where they're
With
going.
Right.
Yeah. So
It's
yeah,
more-
if
it's
I
more
tell
of
them
a
to move
control
somewhere,
issue. They're
and they're
gonna
just
do it.
they'll just if it just walks into a wall, it'll just be like,
Oops.
it'll disappear because I
dog
can't
with
see
a
it.
cone on it.
Basically.
They just
Um,
walk in place when you go out of bounds of a video game.
Josie, make a perception check for me as this individual comes up over the edge, or comes up to the edge.
28, baby.
28. You see from your odd vantage point and just kind of clinging to the shadows of this area, which you move. I would say are you staying on that front wall where the braziers are at, or you move over to the side a little bit?
I'd probably have moved over to the side, but in the
So-
same
so you're just
position,
out of-
my
so you're-
feet
Right.
are
So you-
on the wall, but my back is on it as I'm
Yes.
facing
Yeah,
down.
yeah, I got you. You're like laying
Listen.
back up against the wall, looking up towards the edge, right? Yeah, exactly. Kind of like that. You scuttle around to the side just enough, but kind of keep a like just an edge, just so you can see as this elven woman kind of peers down below into the alleyway, looking down and around. Hello? Anybody there? She like, you gods, did you see anything?
One looks up and then just
Can I see any of them from where I'm at?
Yeah,
I know they kind of moved out of the way.
yeah.
Hopefully one of them is kind of looking in my direction. Not one of Cole's clones, I should say. But
Oh,
I
the-
can see you.
Yeah.
I
you
can't,
can
like
see-
like I can't see through the clones, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
But
that's
Cole's
what
just
I'm-
kind of keeping an eye out and
But he is.
Yeah, I was just more keeping an eye out, but I'm probably looking like I'm hiding
Look-
and looking up at you.
yeah. All right.
in the general
I'll
direction.
kind of look at him and I'll do hand signals in character, see if he gets it, because if not, then
Okay.
he won't.
What are you trying to do? As this moment, the woman kind of leans back a little bit out of sight. Is all you hear, and then you hear footsteps walking away. A moment-
I guess
a
I'd
mo-
kinda
a
make
moment
my way
passes.
back down to the pack.
2
I'd
moments
climb
pass.
down the wall then,
Okay.
and then rally up the group and see what our next course is.
All right. As you guys gather up together again, the body's there in the hallway. You meet up in that stairwell and await, get ready for your next move. And that's where we'll end for tonight.
Ready to kick in the door.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Good work.
At least we had some opportunity to kill.
At least we had some opportunities to kill. Oh
Yeah.
my
At least we
god.
could kill some people. I mean, pretty successful, if you ask me.
All right. Well,
You did
good.
good, kid. You did good.
Good. Yeah. Good job,
I
guys.
mean, I don't know. You just made that man a circus edition. Like, so
I think the only thing I
over there.
forgot to ask is like, would I be familiar with that voice or that lady up there, by any chance of the means?
You have watched the after credits scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's fine.
outside of it, I'm talking about in character here.
In character? No, probably not. All right. Well, guys, thank you for playing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to this next bit as you now have reached the inside of the ruins of Manevis and are in the process of tracking down the lost tome of Nero or whatever. But good job. As always, thank you for hanging out with us, and we'll see you next time. Peace.
Holes.
Okay. All is calm for the moment. There's this gentle rocking of a boat that kind of goes back and forth. Shadows play along the wall. There we go. That's what I was looking for. As the lanterns that hang within the ship cast the light that dimly illuminates this underbelly. A sleeping Galil rocks gently in his hammock. Just below the hammock, Oreo lays curled up, sleeping peacefully amongst everybody else. One of the side hammocks, the individual tosses and turns, kind of groaning to themselves, but Otherwise, it's very quiet and calm. Silence. Before suddenly an explosion rings out. And wood flies everywhere. Instantly, there is the sound of rushing water that starts filling in this space as people start shouting and screaming, running around. Magic goes flying, freezing water up in its place, keeping it from trying to sink the ship as tentacles begin to rip the ship apart. But there is one person missing. And in that briefest of moments, when darkness had taken your sleep, you felt for the briefest moments, Galil. Boop. Now you're there. You felt for the briefest moments that shunting forward of something exploding around you. A starry heat and pain filled your senses. And in that moment, as like everything kind of goes black, as you felt your body just almost felt like it was torn apart, there's a dark coldness, almost as if you are feel the chills of being deep underwater or submerged in icy depths. And then even that too is gone. And it just fades to dark. The next thing you know, I'm not sure at what point, how long time has passed. But you awaken to the sound of the crackling fire. And you kind of start to stir where you are at. Your eyes flutter open. You can see, hazily at first, a small little fire. You don't move a muscle. Just your eyes as you kind of move, take in your surroundings. Can you roll me a perception check?
Well,
12. Your eyes travel along the length of smoke as it curls its way up through the roof of this hut that you find yourself in. Your eyes travel down along the walls. The hut itself seems to be made of large shells, like almost like chitinous armor of some sort, like some sort of like the plating you would imagine on like a giant crab, but they're just stuck together in places with some rather what you imagine is the foul smelling stench that you starts to fill your nostrils. It's like this little mud that's mixed with straw or grass. Against the far wall, you see some poles, some rough-shod sticks stuck in the ground, and stretched in between these two poles, some leathery-like skin seems to be drying on a rack. Maybe that's what's smelling so badly. Your eyes kind of follow to a door, which, from somewhere on the outside, you can kind of hear the sounds of nighttime. Something akin to, like, insects. Make noises outside. the air around you feels kind of humid, and you realize that you are bundled in some sort of furry material, almost like a rug, but it feels leathery on the inside, even though there's like fur bits that stick in almost mangy like clumps on the outside. What do you do?
I just look around myself, and the first thing that comes up to my head is, where the fuck is Oreo?
You just look around the inside of this little hut, and you can see now that your clothing and a few of your bags and weapons are neatly stacked on the not too far from your feet along the wall of this small circular hut. You hear now some footsteps from the outside coming towards you. What do you do?
I'm just gonna continue laying there, but close my eyes, but peek out still.
Okay. The footsteps approach. And a hand pushes aside another skin that kind of acts as the door to this little hut. An individual walks inside, carrying a steaming bowl of some sort of something. Sets it down on some rocks. This little clayware, very obviously handmade little bowl sits on some rocks by the fire. Through their peaked vision, make another perception check for me.
18.
18. Your heart picks up a beat a couple of times. This individual appears to be perhaps of some sort of tiefling-like race. Their horns kind of curl backwards, just like almost like right against their head before coming back out in a sharp little flip at the end. They almost seeming to disappear or go along the lengths of their silken black hair. The skin is deep, deep purple. Golden eyes flicker in the light, and you see that they are wrapped in this leathery cloak. As they kneel to one knee and set that bowl down, the cloak moves almost as if it's on its own and pulls back a little bit, folding behind itself in two large, leathery, bat-like wings. You see the hand as it reaches for the spoon and starts stirring the liquid. You see these silver-tipped claws at the end of these long fingers. The creature seems unpreoccupied with you being there, almost as if it's been aware of your presence there for a minute. It hums to itself. I hope you're hungry. It takes another kneel coming over to you, and you can feel a gentle hand go beneath your head, almost trying to like lift you up a little bit from the pillow as it takes a spoon filled with this steaming stew and starts putting it towards your mouth. Open, open, open. What do you do?
I'm just gonna go along with it.
Your mouth kind of opens just slightly. There you go. It's not too hot, I hope. And you feel the soup kind of like hit your tongue, and for a minute you're like, you almost wince expecting this. You saw it steaming, but it's soothingly warm. Some sort of broth. And you swallow it down. Not the worst thing you've had. The bean kind of looks over at you a little bit. Oh, come now. There's no need to play games. You can wake up.
Where am I?
There we go. Not so difficult now, is it? The bean steps back, puts the bowl down, like, moves it over towards, like, in front of you. You're probably a long way from home, I'm assuming. You've been here for quite some time. A few days at the most. But what is time here?
Here. Where's here?
Oh. So you weren't coming here on purpose then? That might explain a few things. Most visitors this far down come here on purpose, I would suppose. But stranger things have happened. He kind of sits back and you like he's brushing at his nose. Forgive me. Something seems to be disturbing my senses. Just kind of coughs a little bit to himself. If you're well enough to get up, I can show you. How do you feel?
Slowly get up.
Your body is sore. It feels as if you've been hit by an elephant.
Damn.
You know when the Hulk takes Loki and just starts smacking him around? That's how it feels. You would imagine.
Oh, fuck.
I took the liberty of redressing you, as your clothes were rather wet when you arrived. But they should be good for you now. You're like, look down at your like these strangely made like loincloth kind of like wrapping that's around you, and also of some sort of animal skin.
Huh.
Well, welcome. Come see, come see. He walks outside the little window, his wings now wrapping himself around him like this cloak. And you remember once before having seen an individual wear something very similar, or do something very similar with his wings. Do you follow?
Yeah. As sore as I am.
Kind of carefully stretching your back and moving outside. You step out and find yourself at the edges of what appears to be some sort of jungle. Not too far beyond this small little encampment, you can see a dark sea almost of water that kind of just goes out and seems all directions. And on the opposite side of this rocky pebbled beach, you see a dense jungle, tropical-like jungle. It's dark here though. It seems to be night as you look up. Make a perception check.
26.
Looking about and up into the darkness, you see strange rock formations coming down from the ceiling. Are you underground? Yet somehow, even despite being underground, there is this dimness of light, this like faint greenish blue hue to the world around you. It's enough for you to see, but not enough for you to see well. Far beyond the distance of the jungle, as you look past these trees and thick underbrush, you can see the slightest glow of orange. Welcome to the Abyss. Most people call this the Gaping Maw. Over there, you see the city of Lemoriax. Probably the only city, if that's what you want to call it, within this realm.
Realm.
Yes. You are on one of the levels of the Abyss. The 61st level, to be precise. How did you come to this realm of Demogorgon? Instantly, your eyes widen as the realization of your situation finally hits you. And well, that's where we're gonna end.
I hate you so much.
That was such fun. We'll see you soon.